time now to do the high-level planning and conceptualizing the ideation that goes along. Ideally with the project, often we find ourselves with money that has to be spent by a definite date, rushing to get the plans together and usually just putting back what was already there. We thought, let's look at this several years in advance, get everybody's ideas down on paper, and then just have a vision that eventually when we do come up with the money, in today's dollars, around $2.5 million for Harbor and about $5.5 million for 7th Street. We don't have $8 million right now, but someday we will. These streets will get rebuilt someday. We'll get creative. We'll come up with the financing. That's what we'll work on in the background as these plans continue to get better with age. So Derek, that's Derek Davis, the Public Works Director, and he was directly overseeing this.
Yeah, good evening, Your Honor, council members, planning commission members, and some DDA members. We've got a full group here. So, as Pat just outlined, last year in the budget process, we put in the budget some engineering fees to think about this. As we don't have money, we have time. Hope isn't a strategy, and while I think you guys have done fantastic prior to my term here with some of the reconstruction and Washington between Beacon and 7th is a prime example where you went in a very quick amount of time and reconstructed it with a grant opportunity. We thought having those visions now and maybe even foreseeing some awesome opportunities as we plan and then start looking for funding. So as Pat talked about, there was a group of people we thought that would be of some vested interest in planning this out, and so they are there. Pat mentioned it. I lined these up the wrong way. We're going to talk about Harbor first. So Harbor Drive was between Franklin and Howard was actually part of the most recent Harbor Drive reconstruction project. Our vision was, let's get between Columbus and Howard done. And then the engineers brought us down to reality and said, well, you can only do about 2.5 blocks instead of the 5. So we cut it at Franklin. But at that time, it was like, wow, what are we going to do with that? We can totally rebuild it as is, or there's some opportunities. So that's where we started with this project, with this scope here. One thing I wanted to mention, we got a time limit tonight because we have to rip down all these tables and chairs. So I want to end about 7:10. So maybe we'll take the first to about 6:30, talk about Harbor Drive, and then we can dive into 7th Street. So just want to lay that out first. So yeah, the Harbor Drive, angled parking. It's been there for decades, and it's valued parking downtown. Everybody loves it. It's right by Bicentennial Park. There's a view. It's where the annual Coast Guard Festival food trucks go. I mean, it's a very prime opportunity for our community. There's decks, there's restaurants, there's ice cream, lots of good stuff. And when it was constructed years ago, there were different standards. We have a traffic signal in there right now. It's for pedestrian use. We have some pedestrian crossings that don't meet current standards. They dead end into a roadway or into cars. And so some of the things that we had to think about as we looked at this area. Now it's a limited area. It's only about 66 feet wide as far as our right of way. We could encroach into the park, but we have the deck there. So some of the things that we limiting factors, if you will. There are some elevation changes here that we're also discussing. And I think Kathy, I'm sorry, I can never pronounce her last name, Berzak, from Mars was on the team, and she can kind of go over some of the layouts of what we come up with.
All right, thanks. Well, thank you, everyone. It's nice to be here today. Looking at the plan that you all have in front of you, I might just kind of walk around and go through some of the things with you, so that we can we want this to be a workshop. This is conceptual. I was saying it's done on aerials. It's not, survey work. It's meant to be conceptual to give you an idea of something that the possibilities. And as monies become available and things, and you get survey and you move into the next stages, things will change, of course, like they always do. But this just gives you something as a basis of, to react to and things. And so, meeting with the committee, we're gonna look at Harbor and at Seventh as well. And with Seventh, there were a lot more things to consider, you know, one-ways and different configurations and things. But we found with Harbor, you know, they're really, the way it's working currently, you know, is working very well. The shortcomings of what you have currently are that you have very short, the parking spaces that are currently there at about a 33-degree angle. They're only, you know, very short in depth, and so the majority of the vehicles are parking, you know, when they pull in and their tires hit the curb, you know, a lot of them are hanging over into the tree lawn. As part of the Riverwatch project, the sidewalk along there is being widened and things, and, you know, everyone discussing what we should move forward with wanted to see the parking spaces fall more in line with parking that would provide an adequate space where, you know, the part of the vehicle, a majority of the vehicle, the front end is not hanging over the front. And so we looked at a deeper depth, still utilizing the tighter angle, the 30-degree, versus you're probably used to seeing a lot more 60-degree, 90 degrees. So it's a, you know, it's that tighter skew. And then utilizing for that skew the proper backing depths. We also talked about currently the median that you have is just a couple feet wide. It really doesn't function as an aesthetic median, nor does it provide any type of safe haven for pedestrians. And so a couple things that were brought up is the importance of, you know, how important it is that everyone wants to go, you know, to the ice cream shop. And everyone's going to cross there, you know, in that location. So let's make sure that we're providing, you know, safe passageway and things. And so those were factors and things we looked at. So when you kind of see the, you know, the configuration that we have in front of you at the Dairy Tree, you know, we've taken out a few spaces so that pedestrians aren't required to walk between cars. Everything would be ADA accessible. Safe crossing, and I'm just going to point, you know, at one of these, but you can all see where we're talking about, right in front of the Dairy Tree, that we put safe passage with a crosswalk. With the median being 6 foot wide, then there's an area that you can seek refuge. If you can't make it all the way across, you can at least get to that point and then wait. You know, there's different ideas that we've considered in the cost estimating for how you will proceed in that area with a, you know, flashing warning or whatever, to get you the rest of the way across. And then onward toward the, you know, toward the park side, a widened area that could be a place for bicycles to be stored. There's enough pavement in there. Scooters seem to be really popular. A lot of people brought up that there are numerous people that use these lanes for bike lanes as well, and they ride into the traffic. And so, you know, one consideration we had when coming up with the layout was, you know, make the lanes just a tad bit wider and allow the vehicles, you know, ample room to be with a bicycle next to them. There may even be that you'll bring in wayfinding signage when you get to that point and decide that you don't want them in there. You don't want them in that corridor where, you know, a vehicle might back up. And then, you know, we'll look at other options for even separating the bicycle traffic further. But a lot of real hardcore bicyclists aren't going to use that. They're going to ride on the road. So just keeping that in mind and making it as safe as possible. So those are all things that were considered. We also looked at, you know, your view sheds, and everyone, when you see the difference between here and Seventh has a lot more landscaping and things, and everyone felt that it was very important for this concept that we really don't obstruct any views of the water whatsoever, regardless of columnar trees or columnar anything, and that we really allow you know, the open vista of the water and not obstruct it with anything. And so that we were very cognitive of that. The existing trees that you have along the park area and things, we were leaving them as they are, but we weren't adding any additional. So, yeah, so Derek's put up the slide that kind of shows that crossing at the Dairy Tree and how that would be a widened area. So you lose a few parking spaces there, but at the At the other end, closer to Howard, we were able to gain some back, and so overall, you know, we've kept the parking counts similar to what you currently have, and created a safe zone for passing. And then you can kind of see, I don't know if you can see on the slide, but, you know, scooter parking on one side, an accessible pedestrian aisle in the middle, and then bicycle parking on the other side. And, you know, to keep the bikes and everything as close to the park area as possible without possibly having them right down the sidewalk if the intent is not to have them do so.
Yeah, and one of the other areas to note was the this little space in front of the Snug Harbor and the Pronto Pups, you know, where there gives some opportunity for some seating and some public space to gather.
So there's still adequate room for, you know, someone to have a spot to stack to turn left onto Howard, and then the other vehicles to go past them. And so we gained a few parking spaces down here by eliminating the current configuration where you kind of have the awkward curve and things, and people walk around it. And so gained a few parking spaces, but then had the opportunity to create more of an outdoor gathering area. And I think that location is ideal to have that outdoor space because there are always a lot of people congregating within that area. And so, you know, and then the crossing at the Howard intersection, we looked at actually maybe, you know, a flashing with actually where cars are required to stop. So we're looking at different options of safe passage and everything being ADA accessible, and providing safe passage across there, and actually creating crosswalks, you know, that really make people in vehicles realize that they're in a pedestrian zone and they need to slow down. They need to be cognitive of the fact that there are going to be a lot of pedestrians, and you know, it becomes then more of like any other streetscape where you really calm the traffic and you make them slow down, and they know that the pedestrian traffic is going to be there.
So one of the big things that you can see is where did we get all this space, or how did this all change? What's the significance of the change of the plans? Is, you know, there's no turn lane in this one. So there's no turn lane, and we talked about it extensively. Again, we have a finite amount of right-of-way space without encroaching into the parkway. And so where do we get the extra space from? And if you want to call it cannibalizing the center turn lane for some of these configuration changes, you know, the modern parking angles, the pedestrian safe spots in the median, there isn't one. So it is significant. I've been asked by someone that lives down at the cottages that you know, was there a traffic study done last summer? And it's like, no, we started this process in September, October. And here we are in early February, and so there wasn't. So there are some things we still need to consider, and that is a big change. You know, is it always used? That was the debate. You know, how impactful would it be not to have a turn lane in there? And we thought that planning, you know, that it would be okay. That, you know, it might be some delays in the summertime, but in general, you know, that we would learn to live within the boundaries of a plan like this.
The other thing too that was brought up in our early meetings with the group, the consideration along the east side, that really the curb line needed to stay close to where it was, that it really couldn't eat up into that space because there are a lot of grade differentials over there. There are existing walls to work with. So we tried to maintain, they did feel like a 6-foot sidewalk was the bare minimum that they could live with, and so we used a 6-foot sidewalk, and then the additional space that is left, you know, is in tree lawn, and it's about, what did you say, sir, that space measured about 8 feet or so. So the curb line, if you're concerned with that, is staying close to where it was. We didn't take any space away on that side.
So wider lanes, more safer pedestrian paths. There's a wider median there too, and we didn't. It's outlined in red, but you know, the material could be of whatever. It could be asphalt again. We're not really proposing grass. I don't think my parks guy wants to mow that, but But yeah, I mean, there's opportunities there to make it look good, and there is some some narrow sidewalk currently on the east side of Harbor that's down to about 4 foot, so some of that gets a little bit bigger. Yeah, we don't get, we're not proposing to have the bumpers hang over into the sidewalk along by Centennial Park. That's down to about 4 foot.
Sorry,
so
Derek.
Some of that gets a little bit bigger.
Just checking
Here's the
Facebook
echo.
Live.
Very nice.
You're on.
So yeah, so what does this group, what do you think? What's your thoughts? Anybody? Yeah, by all means.
So I'm Mary Ann McNeely, I live at the Grand Haven Cottages, and several of our members are somewhat concerned about, shortening that left turn lane that currently goes from Franklin all the way to Howard, just down to where you can only put 2 or 3 cars right by Howard. And a lot of people, to try to avoid the beach traffic in the summer, use that left turn lane to go on to Clinton or Lafayette. And our concern, and I guess Risa Del Lago, I don't even know if they have an ability to get into their parking lot except off Harbor. That's something to consider, and I don't think they were invited to the meetings. But I think we're really interested in getting a traffic study, especially in the summer and on weekends. And is this going to really stack up traffic for like 3 blocks in a row where people are going to be at gridlock, not be able to get off Harbor or just get stuck, especially in July and August, because there's a lot of traffic there right now.
You find that vehicles will, while they're waiting, will stop and let a car turn? You find that in this town, that people will, because where I live, a lot of times if there's traffic and things and you're trying to pull out, they will stop and let you turn. They don't always let you turn in front of them and take, a spot in front of them if they're waiting for something, but they will stop and let you turn to, there's a lot of that kind of,
Sometimes.
okay, depending.
I walk all the time, so even with the pedestrian crossings on Washington Street, I've been hit, I'm almost hit about 3-4 times. They just go on through them.
Sure.
And also, I live on Clinton Street, and I see my neighbors, which live over in that area, come down. If I come back from Muskegon, I always come in, I make a left-hand turn there. But people don't always, they're not always courteous.
They're not always courteous.
No, it's the general nature of people today are angry people today. I've been finding it more so lately than ever before.
Yeah.
So if you're
Yeah.
thing you don't want to do, you don't want to assume that you're going to stop.
Yeah.
I have this whole saying about assuming this weekend knows what I mean.
Right, yeah.
Because I used to teach when I was at Wave Bartel. I had to train people on how to work to do different projects. I always told them, don't ever assume anything. Don't assume that they're going to stop.
So I think the considerations that, again, it's all just conceptual and it's just something to talk through, but so, some of the considerations are that, the current layout that you have doesn't even really allow for signage or anything to be put in that median because it doesn't meet any current standards for codes because you've only got about a 2-foot strip in there, part of the sign would be in the driveway. And so, it's very limiting in terms of, so we have to consider, it's kind of, everyone will say, well, why can't we just put it back like it is? It's kind of like, unfortunately, when you make things, when you improve things and rebuild things, you have to meet current standards and things. And, the taper lanes and everything shown, even though this is conceptual, everything is shown to meet current standards and the requirements of the taper lane and the lengths and things that are required. So it's always that fine point. If we only have limited space to work with and we have to maintain so many feet on the east side, and then the other thing is that no one wants to go further into the park space, which is totally understandable because, again, looking at the needs of the pedestrians and widening the sidewalks over there to accommodate them. So it's kind of like a fine line between there's got to be a point where something has to be willing to be what is the least, the least important in the eyes of what you can most live with to get what you need and still make, most of the criteria that you set forth something that you can work for.
And in any event, we wouldn't want to make this again is conceptual.
Right.
We would want to do those traffic counts and check
Sure.
level of service and the gut feeling was that often when there's a lot of traffic going in one direction here, it's at a different time of day than when it's coming in the other direction. The heavy flow will be going toward the beach or away from the beach. There's always a decent amount of traffic, but there's enough anecdotally, we haven't backed this up with data yet, but enough breaks in traffic to be able to make those turns and complete those turns and to sacrifice, to have that whole left turn lane, that whole length, that likely it doesn't meet the level of service that you'd need there. But we'd want to do those counts and just verify that in a very busy period during the summer.
Yeah, definitely.
I just have this, from the city standpoint, is the best intention that if someone's looking for parking down here and there isn't any, that we would encourage them to turn left onto Howard from there, or is there a better way to direct them to another place in order to circle back and maybe get back into town? We're moving them into a neighborhood, that's what is that our best intention here?
Well, from that,
Circle?
Yeah.
Traffic circle, there you go. See, Denny?
it was talked about. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of room there. But very potential. And we also talked about putting the parking on the east side of the road. Like, hey, what if? I mean, is that something that we want to entertain? And that was shot down pretty quickly.
We felt that we were concerned that the majority of people then would start jaywalking in front of traffic because, a lot of people parking in those spaces want to go, they want to go to the waterfront. And so we were even more concerned that putting the traffic on that side would introduce more of a problem with people. And also on the east side, there are a fair amount of, drives and interruptions and different things that we felt that you would lose count. And it seemed that one of the main criteria is don't take any number of spaces away. We need to stick with the same number that we have, or give us more, don't give us less. So that was another factor in some of the, the ideas that we were toying with, so.
Anybody else have any other comments, questions? You love it, you hate it?
On the, between Westfield and Clinton Street, I see sidewalk right next, I know it's an elevation there,
Yeah,
but
so we would probably.
because you're putting people right up next to
So
the
what,
traffic.
a lot of times when we move the sidewalks closer to the curb, when there's elevation issues, we make them wider, to allow that extra width, so that, you've got that space. It's not an area that you wanna maintain with a mowing strip, because it's so narrow, so that you make the concrete usually wider. The differential there is that wall, when this is rebuilt, the engineer can maybe address it, better, but we felt that based on ADA and trying to achieve some things that you need to do, we're not always meeting ADA either because of some of the, existing conditions, and it's always a goal to meet ADA, that moving that out, getting it a little more width so that it meets the criteria where safety standards would then allow for.
There's a beautiful old stone wall there.
Yeah.
That was one thing that we're trying to respect in this concept. And Kathy's right, I think we go out to maybe about 7 or 8 feet wide with our sidewalk when we bring it adjacent. That way, you're not forcing somebody to walk right against that back curb.
Yeah. But that, great point with you. The other thing, Mike, though, is we can revisit that and say, you know what, we want that off. We're going to have some type of retaining wall there that will address the elevation change. And so, working with the property owners in the future, maybe they don't like that old retaining wall. They want something new. It does.
The rocks are falling out of it.
Yeah.
And it was built at the same time the building was built.
Yeah. So there's some opportunities, some minor ones like that
Yeah.
that we can totally engage in once Steve, I think, if I remember correctly during the meeting, our planning, you said you were going to write a check for this one, right? No? Oh, okay. Sorry. We still got to look for funding then.
Okay, so a couple of questions I wanted to ask. Sort of answered one. I wondered if I would find a traffic lights. Typically, where there could be Lusty or Charles Road. Downs is that you go the road for the traffic that you want.
Right.
If you widen the lanes, you tend to get faster traffic. And of course, if you're concrete bumping, they're not going to go very fast. If you don't widen lanes unless you want faster traffic, and you need to accommodate, you're trying to accommodate bicycles.
Yeah, because the bicycles are riding there now, and a lot of the, the true bicyclists that don't wanna get off the road aren't going to, and it just gives them a little bit of a breather room when you're going past them, and then the person driving feels comfortable passing them, and, you know, they don't have a true bike lane, but they have a little more space so that, you know, the vehicle feels comfortable going past
So
them.
what's our required separation from passing a bicycle?
5 feet.
If it's one, lane each direction.
And so, if you're trying to pass a bicycle on here and stay in your lane, 11.5 feet can do anything for you?
Like we were saying, it's just giving you a little more room so that you feel comfortable that you can pass in a 9 to 10 foot wide space, and just have a little more room there so that the bicyclist is not having to hug the curb either.
Right now, yeah.
And I'm driving around in Grand Rapids and seeing all the painted lanes everywhere. It can get a little confusing, but I find a way to get actual bike lanes as
Sure.
opposed to mixing the traffic and
Sure.
this 84-foot wide right of way you got here. What coverage out of that?
So one thing that we noted and why we went to a little wider lane, which we can also strike with an edge line too. We've done that successfully in order to keep give our drivers visual cues of a narrower lane, but actually give a little buffer space for a bike. May not be striped as a bike lane unless you can provide that full 5 feet from the face of the curb to the line, but, could look at doing something, very easily with paint stripping. Right now, it's a 3-lane section.
You just got to roll up, making it look like an 11.5 foot wide traffic lane, 4 cars. And you're actually not trying to increase your capacity or speed, you're just reducing a little bit by doing. So that was one question I had, is the lane width, why it's 11.5, or why there's no accommodation for bikes. The other one I had, I don't know if you guys dusted off the old waterfront strategic plan from 2005, looked at any of that. But, that had recommended 8 foot wide sidewalks, and I don't know if you actually plant grass. Else. So, you got plenty of room to make a wider sidewalk if you so chose, for example, Clark or Dairy Tree, this might be a reason. Downtown on Washington Avenue, you've got somewhere, you got an 82 foot right of way. This is 84. Down there, you got an 82 foot right of way, you got 14 feet 6 inches from face of building to face of curb on both sides of the street. And we put in input lanes, do you remember? Something in that order, and we had some even parking. And that model kind of worked there, except they don't have this separation barrier there. You've essentially got 3 traffic lanes. But there you have concrete all the way out, and there's no green space except for planters, and then more space for people to be on pavement. So where we have sidewalk cafes and such on Washington, there's room for that.
Sure.
Here you got, you maybe a maintenance issue with all this grass, if it is grass, or it's grass, I've seen those grass. You might consider that maybe we needed a wider sidewalk or some other treatment.
Yeah, so the sidewalk is currently 4, and we widened it to 6. Again, conceptual, it could be widened, everyone felt 6 was good, and they wanted, we wanted to have some green space,
When we set up the zoning and all this pattern law, we were trying to somewhat continuation of the Washington look. Why we had called for wider sidewalks and zone 2 zones for buildings and that sort of thing.
Not to interrupt you, Your Honor, but so like a hardscape all the way from right of way to curb to create more space to,
That would be a possibility. I mean,
yeah.
It may be beneficial, it may not, I guess, it depends on how you see the sidewalk working.
Sure.
we also have to look
But
at
you got room for it.
Sure.
You got room for other options than just a standard
Yep.
sidewalk and then a grassy parkway.
Well, and some of that, some of the discussion was taking away all the green. So, but that's actually, that's another absolute, great idea that, maybe we don't want that green space. Maybe we,
It's not a new idea, this was
in the,
previous plan that we
okay,
put on the shelf.
gotcha.
Made some zoning on it, that's about all I'm saying.
Quick question and long question. Short one is, what's the thinking behind putting the handicap parking away from pretty much everything? Instead of the 2 handicap spots,
So,
what's their destination?
okay, so the thinking behind that is that currently there's a plan for Riverwatch that's bid and being developed.
For
Yeah.
the sidewalk down
sidewalk having to go here because of the H grade, we moved the handicap there, so here's your landing for your.
So what's the closest handicap parking to Snug and Tom up in Green Tree? Because if you had that down here, it'd be closer
So,
to these items.
so there could be,
And
you know,
there is-
when this becomes, again, where you have grading and things, there's probably good possibility that you could, you know, leave width in, you know, you can leave widths in places where you have, concrete, and as long as it's flush and you don't put anything within that 5-foot or 8-foot aisle, you can use that as actually an access lane. So there's options like that, that maybe you don't have to take a full space. We were trying to maximize the parking numbers based on, you know, what you had to have ADA wise, based on the number of spaces you had, you needed 2. And so because of the ADA access to the waterfront, that's where we placed them. But again, there's all kinds of things when you get into it, that with grading and things, if the area near, you know, Snug Harbor is, you know, at elevations that are consistent with what you would need for ADA, you can, you know, eliminate curbs, dump down things, maybe not have as much scooter parking and create an access aisle on the concrete. So there's options like that can be considered.
So Mike, this right here, this is gonna happen this spring. So
Yeah.
that changed. I hate to push everybody, but one thing that I'd encourage you, if you have any questions or comments or whatever, you can email me or call me or whatever, and we'll make sure we write those down and address them. I'd like to move on to 7th Street. There's a lot more pretty things on 7th Street. Oh, I'm sorry.
Before we do, has anybody got a burning question or comment they wanna make? Because we got this all grouped together.
Yeah.
Kind of a shame to waste that.
My longer question was, has anyone looked at this without the median? Because if you got rid of the median, you gain a lane. You'd have your that way or that way, you have your middle turn lane. Yeah, I know that opens you up for having your parking right next to your driving lane, but we have that in downtown that slows everybody down a bit. You'd make this a little bit more hazardous maybe, but one of the issues I have is how many people turn in here and drive all the way through because they're looking for a parking spot, and if there's a parking spot here and you don't jump in the lane back there, you circle back around. So have we looked at what if we remove that?
Yeah, we did. There was some.
Yeah,
Yeah, we looked at that earlier on in the conceptual process. One of the things that we were looking at is we do have, that's successfully implemented on the Washington corridor right now, something like what you're describing. One of the things that we were considering here is that people are maybe in more of a mindset on this corridor to get heading towards the beach, and that having that, if people are backing, maneuvering in that through lane, that might be a little bit more disruptive to that traffic. So that was one of the reasons why we elected to keep what we had there. The other was the other non-motorized users, right? One of the things we were trying to be cognizant of throughout the process was the idea that, you know, we're trying to make this an interesting place to be, not just in your vehicle heading somewhere, but to get out and walk and do other things.
I have one comment. I think that one thing that California does well, is they don't have much about car vehicle traffic, but they will specifically kind of call out a spot to say keep clear. So if traffic is stopped, they may have something here that says keep clear. So put in red light here, something specifically keep that area clear. You know, traffic backs up a little bit here, to your point, if you're a resident, you want to go to the driveway, there's an opportunity based on the fact, so.
kind of a do not block right type of thing.
Yeah, except that, there's a lot of traffic there, and that's the only way to do it. One other thing that we were concerned about is if there's gonna be later, a power line burial, then why not include it in this project and look for efficiencies? I know it's not part of the project,
Yeah.
but other people in our complex, and I know some of the other ones
Well,
are concerned about that as well.
like in that regard, just like on Harbor Drive, they're reconstructed at the VLP at their cost currently, put in all the conduit, put the power lines underground. So, like, there could be some planning with that. That was like a $48,000 investment. Well worth it at the time, because if they do go underground, we don't rip all that hardscape and all, you know, the expensive infrastructure out. So, Yeah, I'm sure they would want to, if we reconstructed this tomorrow, we found a bag of cash, Steve ponies up, I don't know, that they would probably do that. So, you know, that way we're not tearing up stuff we just put down.
Your plans to put in power for the Coast Guard?
Actually, the Riverwatch project, there is going to be, all that's going to be at new streetlights, so we're getting all of our infrastructure, our fiber optics, all that stuff is getting off their poles in preparation for it. So it's just a power line relocation at that time. So 7th Street, a little bit longer, we went from Clinton all the way to Beacon, and quite different. It's quite different. From Clinton to Washington, not so much. Kind of restricted there with some driveways and some properties. We wanted to keep some of the green space there. Well, that was the idea. But then we get north of Washington, and then it really starts to change. And one of the things I want to point out, there's these big black boxes around some of the intersections, and we talked about those as being areas of opportunity. This process with this committee, we weren't able to talk to all property owners about maybe their wishes as well. So maybe they would encourage some additional changes than what we have on here. So what we talked about or finalized design was, hey, this will work. Give us some ideas to talk about, but there's definitely more opportunity. Obviously, the big change in this is angled parking along the west side of 7th Street. Still a 2-lane road, north and south, and a real big change at the intersection of Madison and 7th and Beacon. By the way, all of the MDOT changes have not been discussed with them. As it was designed, and Dan worked on this diligently, he thought, well, there's some opportunities there, some challenges. MDOT might not necessarily just jump for joy. So there might be some work to do there. So, you know, and we've talked to them, said, hey, we're having some ideas thrown around, we're having this meeting. By all means, you know, when we get serious, we'll be talking to you about some design. So it's not set in stone, but a lot of opportunities here. Yeah, if you want to walk through the rest of it.
So just a real brief overview, because we want to dive right into this, but we looked at, you know, one way, we looked at parallels what you currently have. Incidentally, in the corner, there's kind of a parking legend that states that you have about 63 existing parallel spaces. Well, several of those spaces were closer to the crosswalks than you're allowed, right next to driveways and things. So probably you had, you know, 50-something plus that were actually usable based on code. And so we looked at the parallel option. You know, we got 50-some spaces and everything with the 2-way and stuff. And then looking at the angle parking, people found it intriguing that, you know, the ability with the angle parking to really gain usable, like you said, sir, space similar to what Washington has with places that people could gather, walkability, bringing this area into an area that people want to be at, that they, you know, they want to visit, they're intrigued by it, they're not just going to blast through it and go on to downtown, they want to stop here and shop. So making it an inviting area that people want to stop and be in. So the widening of the walkway on the side, you know, that has the angle parking, still there's really adequate space on the other side of the sidewalk as well. So, you know, so it was kind of a win-win. The only negatives we heard were from some of the group members that said, well, I come from the township, and when I come here, you know, and I'm pulling in and I'm going northbound, I don't want to be where all of a sudden I can't find a parking space and I gotta reverse and go in. And so, you know, we started looking at opportunities at the north end. You know, these are opportunities that, yeah, maybe MDOT will be on board with. You know, we've got to at least pursue them for ways to make maybe people coming from the south have an actual place where now it's nilly-willy. Everyone just kind of figures their own route to get there. So finding an opportunity to actually, you know, have a designated turning area, and then you veer to the south in that designated area, and then you've got the entire, the entire, streetscape telling you that you're in an area where there's gonna be a lot of shopping and dining and different things to do, because it'll be designated in similar but different, it'll have characteristics maybe when the amenities are all ironed out, similar to Washington, but different, so it has its own character. So that it looks like it belongs in the city, but it also has its own characteristic that's unique to it. So,
That was an element that was stressed in that 2014 plan.
Definitely.
When we started this, is the idea of similar, but
right,
unique.
similar but unique, so that it has its own identity and that it does stand alone and look like an area that is also a place that people will come and go. And Derek mentioned about the opportunities, just when you're looking at this, for instance, I'm just gonna call out one that comes to mind. When you're in the block between Washington and Columbus, there's a resident on that one corner. Well, they have a drive on the Columbus side. They also have a drive that's on the, on the 7th side. And wow, if there were ways to rework that corner, you could get several more parking spaces. You could even get maybe more opportunities and placement for other gathering areas. But that one drive eliminates all that, because once you move the first parking space back 20 feet from the crosswalk, and then, with the other design standards that you have to go by, you really don't have room to put anything in there. So there are a lot of opportunities that, are being called out, because they're all, could you eliminate a drive? Is there a drive right now that's 40 feet wide because of the business that's there? Will that business always be there? Maybe not. Maybe that drive doesn't need to be, 3 driveways wide, and it could be narrowed, and then you have more opportunities in that space for parking or also for gathering. So it doesn't always have to be about adding more parking spaces, but just gathering spaces that, that more public can interact with. And I think, walkability and everything that is current now, that, everyone, you wanna make it where people wanna get out of their vehicles and they wanna walk, because if they're walking, guess what? They're more apt to come in to your shop, to your restaurant or whatever you have, and look around and possibly purchase something, versus if they're just driving by. So that's what this plan is really based on, is, cars are secondary and the pedestrian experience is primary. And other things we wanted to look at is a gateway. So when you come in off of Beacon, there's a possibility in that area, it's kind of shown with the rectangle, Derek's pointing at it now, that, you could do an overhead gateway, an entrance, like welcome to Grand Haven with, with walls that actually welcome you, to the specific area you're in. So, there can be all kinds of things that really let you know that you're in a unique area to, Grand Haven, and that it stands out, and that you're gonna wanna stop here and visit, so.
As you can see, we didn't eliminate the boat.
just moved
It would have to be
it.
moved, but,
Yeah.
but in this case, yes, we.
And we put it back pretty much in the same exact shape that it was, 'cause,
Configuration?
it's kind of a, it's a landmark in essence, and so, so we would have to move it a little bit just to have clear sightlines and things for vehicles, if the, the 2 ways and things. And another thing that they felt was important was to try to get that 2-way as far to the north as possible, so that some of those businesses that have driveways, you have better access to them as well. And, it may require working with some of those businesses. Could the one business allow the other one to have a throughfare, a throughway through, to allow that business to have access where you don't have to loop all the way back and come back around. So, there's a lot of things like that, again, it's all conceptual, but it's all things that were thought about. So it's important that, we're at least showing that all of these things are thought about, and the importance of, having, everything meet current design standards, ADA, accessibility, and walkability, that, that the wider sidewalks and everything that you have in your downtown, which is very nice, so.
Let's open it up to the group. What are your first thoughts? I heard we're dying to speak for this one. 5.5 million on this one. Sorry. Got $100.
Put that down.
That was Steven, we got 200.
We'll start
They'll fund it.
Yeah.
They'll fund it.
So this one also has a lot more landscaping shown, a lot more green spaces, a lot more plant beds, also possibly walls, you know, fencing, things that will help screen parking. Because unfortunately, you can't always eliminate, you know, the first thing a planner will say is, put your parking to the back. Well, you can do that down the road when new things are being developed. You can force, you know, as your ordinance to require the parking to be to the back. But when you're working with current conditions and things, it takes a number of years for those things to change. And so, you know, you work to make the parking as appealing as possible, but you don't want to make it so screened that no one knows it's even there. So, you know, there's a fine line between screening it, but still making it where it's apparent. And you want to also make it safe. You want to make places where you have visual for security, where police officers can drive by and still see within and know that, you know, they're able to patrol and secure, and you don't want to create confined spaces that aren't secure and that can't be visually inspected as a drive-by. So you have to kind of, you know, work through all of that and at the same time make the parking a lot more pleasant and appealing with the use of plant materials. So that's kind of what we try to do here, is to show a concept that would somewhat screen the parking but not hide it to the point where you don't know you have any.
A good number of these,
Beg your pardon?
What's the net change on parking?
So the parking, the existing was 63 before, and that was probably -6 at least, because there are a lot of them that aren't really for any standards, and now we're up to 66. So it's actually more than 3, because the 66 we have all meet current standards, so there's probably 9 plus that really, you probably have a 9.
Yeah, if we want to go back to parallel, we'd probably be in the low 50s,
Yeah,
mid
it
to
was
low
about
50s.
52, I think, when we looked from what we had on the other study about.
So we would go to
52.
52, or actually parallel, or I'd say angle parking, so a few. Thoughts?
So the biggest challenge then I would see your angle that is if you want to go north, if you're already parked, an angle parking there, find a way that you need to
You
get.
have to loop around, yep.
Yeah.
And that happens a lot sometimes in, you know, areas where you only have it on one side, where you're limited in width, where you do have to go up to a block and then circle back around, or if you don't find parking spaces. So, you know, that is one negative of it, you know, that you have that. But again, you could be driving down the street looking for parallel and not find it, and need to turn and go back around too, so.
All over. On the west side of Grand Rapids, I'm always driving around with four cars.
Sure.
You're always driving.
It's a good problem to have. If you know, if you have a shortage of parking, it's a good problem to have. It means that you're thriving and you're doing things right. You know, your downtown does really well.
Welcome to you saying that.
Pat, do you agree with that?
it's a great problem to have.
It is a great problem to have. Yeah.
The nature of this, that, you know, we get this all down on paper and get some discussion going about it, and particularly that MDOT turnaround, compared to where we're usually at with these, like if we worked on the funding and got our $5.5 million in 2025 or something, we're going to be on a tight leash and have to make some decisions quickly about geometry. And if we have a general idea now about what the neighborhood and the city are interested in 5 or more years from now, we can start working on those permissions and those approvals. MDOT and the private property owners, many of these enhancements, we need private property owner. We're better off getting them to say yes. We don't want to have to condemn anything, so we go and talk to them in the meantime and see how they feel about it, and maybe get their buy-in, and then when the time comes to put the plans together, we've already taken care of all of those one-offs that in a short time frame, there's just no way you have time for it, and you just forget about it. But some of these are really solid ideas. I want to give Derek some credit. You know, he spent a lot of time noodling over what you see up there now at Madison and Beacon to come up with a way that, particularly that northbound access off 31, if we could get that. And that came from talking to a number of the merchants in the neighborhood who said they weren't too crazy about it because people wouldn't be able to get into those northbound or southbound parking spots if they were northbound on 7th Street, but they could continue once we all got used to it. When we wanted to go visit our businesses on 7th, you just go past it, turn left there, and come up 7th that way and grab a spot, and it makes a lot of sense. Now, whether MDOT will see it that way,
We can work on them over the years. Sometimes we just gonna wear them down.
Nothing happens fast in MDOT's world, and so having a plan ahead of time and being prepared and being diligent about it, will give them an opportunity to, give them every opportunity to.
Yeah.
to your-
In the city, in the MDOT are trying to, it's an MDOT hold up, to do a study about US 31 from, I think we're going from the bridge all the way to Hayes, is it, Pat?
Yeah.
Yeah, Comstock, Hayes. So some of it's out of the city, but inside the city, we want to look at pedestrian crossings and landscaping, all that stuff. So if we have this in hand, we can go to them and say, hey, we got an idea. What do you think? There are some shortcomings. There isn't a whole lot of stacking if you're going to go southbound on 31 there from Madison extended. There's not a whole lot of stacking there. That's something we can live with, potentially. I mean, like, it's better than we have now, I think. Right now, that northbound shoot across and pray kind of mentality, I think is something that we can improve. So, keeping that northbound, that was another thing we talked about. Well, maybe we just eliminate it. And then we heard people, I use it all the time. I think it was Mike. And then, so trying to get all of that stuff to work, it's not necessarily perfect as far as the planning goes, but we believe it functions. So.
We went through at least 3 different configurations for this north end, at least, yeah, before we all settled on thinking that, this probably is, it meets the criteria that, from listening to what others said, if you are coming from the south, though, you have to have an access point that gains you access to the parking as well, so.
Thoughts?
I'm just wondering, did anybody have any conversation with Harbor Transit? Because we're talking about this for a really long time out, and I don't currently know what the relationship between your department and Harbor Transit are as far as.
We have not. We have not talked to them, actually. So, good point. Very good point. Maybe there's some bus stops or some opportunities for drop-offs. Yeah. Very encouraging.
There are a lot of, places where, there's an abundance of plant material or gathering space that could easily accommodate, pickup areas and things. So that's great.
This might be a silly question, everybody might know. Do we have a street prioritization guide in Grand Haven where we look at streets and say this is a person's street and this is a car street and this is a potential bike street? Have we had that conversation at a city level?
No, but I think the Planning Commission will now be taking that up. Thank you for that awesome input. I think that's a great idea.
Volunteer right there.
There's a national functional classification of the street, which is minor arterial.
Sure.
It's actually quite a high functional classification for its place, and that's something probably to be discussed.
At the city level, there's some good conversations to be had as far as what we can really do in our city and make decisions. To your point, maybe there's a better street for cars on the other side of Harbor Drive, and maybe that road will be a little bit higher priority towards pedestrians, and we're trying to create there.
Mobility, they call it mobility versus access. Are we building the road to get people from here to there, or are we building the road to get people here?
We have people going to the beach, I think that's, and Harbor is the only street that things like that.
Right,
Buses can go to the beach.
What?
Buses can go to the beach.
You can go to the beach on, Grand or,
Yeah.
if they use the left turn lane, the state allows you to turn in, but they put stuff out on the road so you can't use that left turn lane, it's sitting there empty all summer long.
There's definitely opportunities there.
There is obviously a lot of landscaping from a long-term sustainability issue. Is that something that you?
We're still looking for donors to perpetually take care of that.
So, and this is just very conceptual, but, the landscaping, who knows will be involved at the time, but the landscaping, I've done a lot of streetscapes, and always try to incorporate a lot of plant material that require less maintenance over a period of time, so there wouldn't be a lot of things that require, when you're out there with the daisies and you're snipping off the deadheading it and all that. So again, looking at conceptual things like the use of a lot of native like blue stem and grasses that belong in the area, because they just do better. You know, shrubbery, things like that, perennials, columnar trees that are made to be in tighter vines. Because if you look, unfortunately, at the trees, what happens to them? You know, they finally meet the maturity, and then they're too big for your streetscape, and then we have to cut them down. And so wouldn't it be great if we could come up with a tree that maybe only is so wide that you don't have to cut it down when it's mature and you can really enjoy it? And so, you know, things like that. So, again, this is all concept, but there is a lot of landscaping and, you know, which requires maintenance, you know, which, everything requires maintenance, but.
It's great to have it.
Yeah.
As long as you have the money to maintain it.
Sure.
It's the day, if
Yeah.
you don't have the
Right.
money to maintain it, then it turns into.
Absolutely.
Awful.
Well, you know,
I like the fact that it's in the three pieces, as opposed to these continuous process.
Sure.
More problematic
Yeah.
than ego.
Yeah, and unfortunately, from Washington, you know, to Clinton, it was kind of, you know, the atmosphere of what we had there to work with really didn't lend itself to the same concept that you have from there, toward Beacon. And so, aesthetically, you know, there were a few places where there are, you know, large expansions of parking lot pavement, near the tracks that we tried to soften with some wall features and things, but unfortunately, you know, with the, and especially with the railroad too, you really gotta have clear sight lines and things, and so not a lot of opportunities there for as much, as you see in the other portion of the project, so.
This is a fine detail, but I feel like the benches too, like, I would rather see a little plaza with something to look at versus a bench just staring at a building. That would.
Yeah, so some of the benches are put in so that, you know, there's like, you see a bench and then you see a little space next to it. It's made to have access for someone in a wheelchair. So it's called companion seating. And so if we were to turn that around and face it the other direction, then the amount of pavement needed would more than double, because then you've got to have a circle. So some of it is strictly minimizing the pavement, but still providing an environment where someone who has a disability has as much of an opportunity to sit next to someone that doesn't on a bench and communicate with them as, you know, as someone that doesn't need that extra space. So there's things like that. And it doesn't have to be like that everywhere, but some. We need to add some spaces like that to know that you're accommodating every user group, so.
It doesn't have to be a bench and wall.
Not every, no.
We talked about what was down in Holland with the fireplaces.
Sure.
And seating around it.
There can be all kinds of opportunities like that. This is just, again, shown as something, you know, to get, and again, the amenities and all that stuff wasn't part of, you know, the in-depth. That's the fun stuff that, when they form committees, you guys want to all get in on, so that you get to pick the amenities and work on that whole thing. That's stuff that, you know, everyone, it's a fun time to, you know, and I mean, I worked on one that it took them 18 months to get the light pole, so, they can be really, they can be fun, and they can also be sometimes a little bit, the opposite, so, but, you know, we have yeah, you already got the light pole, so you won't have to spending 2 months on that. You can talk about benches and what you want, you know, brick-wise and all kinds of things like that. So there's a lot of fun opportunities to get involved when, you know, they form groups to do that, so.
Can you take pictures like that, flip them around, put them on the side of the sidewalk?
You can, but if the other side of the sidewalk is right against the right-of-way and it's adjacent to the building where an entrance might be, it depends on, you know, if there's, on that one, what is this business on the corner? Chocolates, so that's a, yeah, so, yep. So you would, so if we're up to the right-of-way again, we'd have to work with the you know, with the owners if we wanna, and a lot of times we will add just a bench next to their windows and things, and we periodically just space those and talk to them about it, because a lot of businesses want a bench. So that would be other things that could be added too.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Build it tomorrow, here's the money.
Your overall like the angle parking,
Huh?
or
$1. We got 100 and 100, so.
do you like the angle, or how do you feel about it? It's different than what you have currently, do you like
parking now are gonna look at it and go, well, now everybody's gotta walk down, cross the road over here, or jaywalk across the middle to get to my store. Or find a place on a parking lot over here, which.
The two things I'll speak to that on is, one, the side without parking has more parking lots. And while I was in favor of parallel on both sides, we had a little secret Centercom meeting, and I was amazed at the overwhelming response that we had only done, one drawing that was angled, because
Yep.
a couple of us were like, yeah, it's just not gonna work.
Yeah.
And most all drawing was parallel, and everyone gravitated towards this and said, this is what we want.
Yeah.
Really surprised by
It
it.
was surprising.
That said, I can name a number of merchants on this side without parking that weren't there, so.
Yeah.
You know, recirculate a lot of the revision to the Madison cut through, if I wanna call it that, was really unlocking a lot of support for it too. The idea that you could recirculate back up to the north end of this, from the south was a key, component of that support.
Yeah, that was, coming through here is a big deal.
Yeah, we thought about the double angle, but, I mean,
Yeah.
tear out some buildings and gain some right away and
Yeah,
just didn't quite.
Standard right away here.
Yeah, it's tight. 66 is not a lot to work with when you're trying to do walkability, really. You know, 99 now, you know, and you get the 14, 15, 18 foot wide walkway. I mean, it's ideal, but.
I like it though, it's very welcoming, it's very much come and stay for a while versus pulling it off.
Yeah.
And this gave us wider sidewalks too, didn't it?
Yes,
Which
it's
is
the
what
one side,
The
so
merchants were really.
you guys don't think I know we gotta pull these things down, but there's also, behind it,
Yeah, underneath your papers are some.
so the third, sheet kinda has, I mean, you go to sheet 4, that has that last, sheet gives kind of a cut through of what you would have for the, yeah, so it gives you kind of a idea of what you're, that one didn't wanna come apart. So you get a little more width, so, you know, and we could have actually, you know, taken the, sidewalks and made them exactly the same width, but we felt that it was more beneficial with the angle parking to have that side wider, because again, the gentleman said, you will walk them, hopefully to the crosswalk and cross, so to have more width on that side, because that side is going to have the larger percent of pedestrian, you know, people on it, so that then they cross the crosswalk and then the other side, but it's still, the other side has a decent amount of sidewalk as well, so. And the backing distance of the angle parking are greater than, we went out and measured, Washington, where the spaces are adequate. But we noticed with some of the big, F10, is it an F10 Ford truck? We took pictures, is that the name of the truck? F10? Yeah, they were like close to that, apron of the cut, so we're like, we're gonna give them a little more room, because it seems like vehicles are getting larger instead of smaller, so. So we made sure to even give a little more ample space, so when you're backing out, you have extra space to back up.
And just as a conclusion, Pat mentioned a lot of the stuff at the beginning is, you know, these are conceptual. These are kind of plans in hand. Hey, if we come across the grant, you know, at least we have the starting point where we've already hashed all this stuff out, or thought about it at least. You know, community engagement within these corridors. So we still need to talk to some of these people, and say, hey, how can we better, you know, make this plan? And then lastly, funding sources, you know, just, yeah, we did just pass, yeah. Funding sources just walked in, is that what you're saying? Oh, yeah, these two, oh, yes. We already started with 100 and 100, right? You know, we did just pass infrastructure millage. In order to pay for projects like this, you know, it's gonna be years and years, if not decades. You know, we'll have to find other sources and maximize that kind of stuff, so.
So our $40 million project list is now 50 million?
It's, well, plus some, yes. But anyways, having a plan is half the battle, and hopefully you You see the efforts of this group, and I want to thank everybody that, all the community members that came in and our staff. Jeremy and Jennifer were there as well as our streets and utilities manager, Matt Wade, and Pat. Just everybody, a lot of thought and process went through these plans, and just want to thank you for, I know I fed you lunch a couple times, but definitely value your input.
I'd like to echo that. Thank you for everyone who had input, and please have more input because, it's conceptual, it's nothing like final, but it's a starting point. Stimulate thought and discussion.
Finer point that I know, just so I can get to Denny a little bit here. You ever thought about a roundabout? That's only a joke, I just want to get you the story. We know how much you like roundabouts, I had to bring that up. Awesome. All right.
Right, thanks, you guys.
Bob, you gonna adjourn the meeting?
You want to adjourn the meeting, Bob? Where you going?
Yeah.
How are ya?
Kelly?
For what?
I'm bad at names, like.
On which committee? Yeah, because I would because of the farmer's market.
So you can go along with the marijuana thing?
It's an opportunity because there are a lot of contiguous issues in that area that are all connected to each other. And if we're ultimately, if we're going to look at any kind of grant funding, farmer's market is really a good one to be able to use as a catalyst
You got parks, you got.
for placemaking.
I know.
I understand where you're coming from. Grand Rapids just opened up their first park.
Well, he cut it, it was all set up with tables, so.
It's a fishing center, and it's in an industrial park. It's over where the old Bentler manufacturing plant.
It's my knuckle more than anything. I can't get it over my knuckle.
Highway is in an industrial area.
So say, why are you sweating? I lost weight and then I think I wasn't ready to lose it, so. I gotta resize.
If I do this, it flies. I can't really resize.
No, you can't. You can't cut it.
Yeah, that's what I can't do. Like,
That's a bummer.
If you run straight line, we're doing, very innocent and everything, but anyways, you applied for the cemetery board, did you see it?
Yeah, I've got it laying on my desk at home. I just haven't had a chance to do anything.
I didn't know if you were gonna.
Because I was gonna.
When they get to the call to the audience, you can
I
just
got
come
to be
up
too
then
late
and
to
just
get it on
introduce
this
yourself
week's
and
agenda,
come
so I
up to
just
the
let
mic
it go.
and just say who you are.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I've got it laying on my desk at home, and I've been meaning to give them a call.
Give them to me.
I like to talk a little bit to people before I.
If you want, you can just give me one and I can scan it. and
And
email
we
it.
did talk a little bit of
If
Rotary.
you want, that's what I normally end up doing because they always keep offering big meetings. I can't hand them out, so I usually end up scanning it in and emailing it to you in the morning if you want to do that.
Just haven't.
If you want to give it to me now, I can.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay.
Not forgotten.
You just hadn't heard anything, so I thought, well, maybe they don't want me. I said, well,
No,
I know the guy who could give me an answer.
No, if I get somebody who wants to be on the board, I'm not likely to.
I haven't seen it. All right, thank you.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay,
That wasn't
I will
it.
scan it, send it to them
Okay,
tomorrow.
all right, okay.
Yeah.
It's been laying there waiting for me to pick up the phone, and they just haven't done it yet.
Okay, all right.
Rock or
Rowan.
run?
You said it right.
On strike.
It wasn't in the thought.
Yeah.
No.
Went to school with this guy.
So, unless you plan to stay the whole time.
Thank you.
You might want to do it. I said unless you want, there's two opportunities for you to do it, but it's going to be approved on So, the first opportunity is going to be right after they approve the agenda. And he'll say, call your audience. One or two opportunities, you just come up, say your name, and your address, and I can say whichever you want. They're not supposed to during our business call. If a lot of people have been in this situation, or there may be an opportunity to make it the last couple, there were so many people that they decided to have. But I would go here just in case, and if you say
I'll do it on next meeting.
Thanks for doing that. I appreciate it, man.
I've been meaning to get
that's
to
why
it.
I would start.
I told him, it got to be too late for tonight, so, because I would have had to have had it done before the last Thursday.
Yeah.
We'll get it on next time.
What's that?
For Ron.
Ron Strong, you know,
Cemetery board.
Ron, you know, cemetery board.
Oh,
we're short one, been short one for a while. You can, throw it out and get it on there.
Where you going?
Hello,
Where you going?
President.
Where you going to wait till you get
Yeah, that'd be really sweet, yeah. I was going out to the lighthouse to take pictures when you texted me today. Funny, I got this text like, I'm looking around for you, it's like, does he see me out here? You guys got eyes everywhere, I mean, there's a camera on there. I'm sorry. I know, that's because I wanted to get back to my desk and send you the addresses and everything. But yeah, there's 3 different people. Actually, one is Tony, oh, they left, they were here. Dang it, yeah, the guys from Avonmarsh are here. Good idea, yeah, I'll send that. One goes to the radio station, and then, well, the state park doesn't need a tax letter, but it'd be nice to get a letter. Okay, let me know if you need postage or anything. Last week, they should be very
in one for a truck because we had to wait for the stupid cars down there. I don't think we could go truck yard. No.
Hey, Bob?
The retail price, when you get a bid, you get a better price when they're not yellow, they're green or something, you know, or whatever they. I don't care if they're blue. I don't care.
I got 5 here. Now I got 4.
Ledger size sheet in front of you?
Of what?
Paper, ledger size?
That's what I saw.
Is there one out there to put your stuff down?
It's all stuff I pulled out. No, I don't see any such thing.
That's because I left it over here.
That's helpful.
This is a chart that the engineers use that
Yeah, if you need any,
I have nothing.
No chocolate in there, I see.
Nothing wrong with that.
He didn't leave any of the good stuff.
I figured it would be more for a smaller project.
One is one's the average complexity, US European vehicle development, that's the lowest one. USDA will allow our franchise. So you can see that. Where you would expect to be given that curve. That's what I get every time I bring it up.
we're on the curve.
Chart.
Grading on the curve.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I can hardly reach that.
Gotta have that.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. Just done the roll. Full house again.
Blast from the past.
Oh, you look different to me. I just don't see him enough to.
Run. Good evening, Counselor.
Wow, I got to squish their heads.
Good, how are you? Good. See ya. Thanks for coming.
All right, 7:30 time now for city council meeting live here at Franklin City Hall. Let's go to voting and Mayor Bob Manetza.
Welcome everyone to this regular city council meeting for February 3rd, 2020. Linda, would you please call the roll?
Dora,
Here.
Cummins,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Fritz,
Here.
Manetza.
Here. First, we'll have our invocation by Major William Holman, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
Will you pray with me? Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day and for this time that we can come together as citizens and servants in this city. We pray that you would bless each decision that is made this day, and that you will just surround us with your love and your Holy Spirit. And all of this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sounds
So we have no appointments or presentations this evening?
No, sir?
Okay, so it puts us up to the approval of the consent and regular agendas. Do I have a motion?
So moved. And support.
Moved by Doros, second by Fritz. Are there any changes?
I have none this evening, Your Honor.
Any from up here? We were ready to vote.
Dora,
Yes.
Cummins,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Fritz,
Yes.
Manetza.
Yes. Next item is call to the audience. This is the first of two opportunities to address council. At this time, members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council will come to the podium, speak directly to the mayor, must identify themselves by name and address, and will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, will not have a response at this time.
All right, good evening. My name is John Winfrey. I work for Merit Network. We're a nonprofit based out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're owned and governed by 12 of the state's 14 public universities. We have a 4,000-mile fiber network here in Michigan. And our street address, just include that as 880 Technology Drive, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48108. The reason I'm here tonight, I was looking at your economic development document, and one of the things you say in there is you need to increase broadband adoption. And one of the projects that we've got going on, we're a nonprofit, as I said, so one of the projects we're doing, it's called the Michigan Moonshot. So what we're trying to do is help communities improve underserved areas or non-served areas with additional broadband, okay? So, that said, you can go out to our website, it's merit.edu. We have a framework document out there, it's 106 pages. This is a nationally peer-reviewed document, and it helps communities increase their broadband. So here, you could do fiber to the home, fiber to the business, if you decided to, because you've got the electric facilities out here, the electric infrastructure, okay? So that's really about all I had to say on that. Just wanted to make you aware of what we're doing and what may be possible.
Thank you.
All right?
Hi, my name is Michael Reen. I'm with Aspen Wireless Technologies. I'm not from here, so you probably don't need my address so much. But I want to piggyback on what John said. We are fiber to the premise consultants. I'm the municipal program manager for Aspen, and we've been in the municipal broadband space for almost 20 years now. We have lit up villages up north, Village of Empire, East Jordan. We've also built out entire citywide networks in Marshall. We're in the process of rebuilding Coldwater's network, things like that. And cities of your size, with your makeup and your built-in resources, i.e. you own your own electrical plant, all the poles and et cetera, really set you up and really position you very well for doing fiber to the prem projects. So if that's something that you guys have interest in going forward, a piece of legislation you need to be aware of is called the Metro Act, and that governs the municipal right-of-way, the poles, the buried right-of-ways and things like that, and it spells out exactly the process that you need to go through. And that's one of the services that we offer, is getting communities to be Metro Act compliant, so that if you do decide to go forward with the project, you can check that box and move on. You can reach us through Merit. We're a Merit partner, or you can reach us at aspenwireless.net. So there you go. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave Carpenter. I'm here representing the Grand Haven Lighthouse Conservancy. A few weeks ago, you folks, the council challenged us to a $15,000 matching grant at our Winterfest auction, and I'm happy to tell you that we far exceeded that challenge. We raised over $20,000 in auction items. Due to the giving of the community, donating items for us to auction, we're able to meet and exceed that challenge. But in addition to that, we have donations of over $60,000 from that same auction. So we're up near $100,000 from that one event. And I just want to take a moment and thank you for your assistance.
Well, thank you.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And you're here to collect.
All right.
Who's next?
Hello, I'm Kelly Larson from Temptations, 301 North Harbor. You have a couple items on your agenda tonight regarding Chinook Pier. One of the things I would like to ask you tonight, as you terminate our leases, is for a little bit of time for us to be able to move our equipment and our fixtures out. I can't assume anything right now, so I just wanted to throw that little piece of, we're all a little concerned about moving and getting out quick enough, so if you could give us a little more grace. Not that you've given us any so far, so thank you for that one. And of course, the consideration of the remodeling of the depot. We of course would like to ask for your support for that item as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Don't be shy.
Good evening. My name is Juanita Bocanegra. I don't live here in Grand Haven. I reside in Holland. I am here to introduce myself to all of you. I currently serve all of you, representing you as an assistant prosecuting attorney for Ottawa County. I am here looking for your support. I am running for the 58th District Court position. Judge Jonas is no longer eligible to seek another term, so it will be a vacant seat or an open seat for obviously a non-incumbent position. I have been with the prosecutor's office since 2011. There are 3 things that I'm running on. I did give some information to Ms. Browand, and she will be forwarding that information to all of you tomorrow, she tells me by email. The 3 things that I'm running on are balanced experience, and what I mean by that is prior to joining the prosecutor's office, I was out in private practice with Rhodes McKee in Grand Rapids. I did business litigation, general civil litigation, and family law. And prior to that, I worked for Han Persinger as a legal assistant / paralegal in Holland. I've worked my way up from the bottom. So the other part of the balanced experience is that I not only know how to argue a case in court, I know how to meet with a client and draft the proceedings, draft the pleadings, and actually file them with the courts. As a criminal prosecuting attorney, I have handled everything from a disturbing the peace up to and including armed robbery and murder. I love what I do. I'm not seeking to leave because I'm unhappy with the position, and I'm not saying that because my boss, Lee Fisher, is here. I'm saying that because I truly love serving the public. I think from this position, I will be able to lend a different perspective. I love my community. I have been very involved in the community for over 25 years, long before I went to law school and long before I knew that this opportunity would be available down the road. I have been involved in many, many boards on the information that you will receive. There's a whole list of them. I have chaired many executive committees, including the Community Foundation, Holland Hospital, Holland Symphony Orchestra, Ready for School. There's many others on there. The third thing that I feel strongly about is integrity. As an assistant prosecuting attorney, I do not like to hear the words not guilty. And I have fellow law enforcement officers here as well. It's not a nice experience. However, we don't get to pick our victims. We don't get to pick the facts, just like a defense attorney doesn't always get to pick their client. There are strengths and there are weaknesses with every case. I believe in being fully transparent, being able to share that information with the defense attorney as soon as I learn of it. And I completely trust the jury. I completely trust our judicial system, the judges. I think that in the end, the right decision will be made, and I will not compromise my integrity for that. I think that anybody serving the public in whatever position needs to keep that forefront in their mind. I'm here seeking your support, obviously. I have been endorsed by our sheriff, Steve Kemker, by my boss, Ron Franz, who's been the prosecutor here in Ottawa County for many, many years. Many of you may know that he is going to retire soon, and you will hear a little bit about from Lee Fisher in that regard. Many of our commissioners have endorsed me. Arlen Meekoff has endorsed me. Many of our leaders in the Holland-Zeeland area, in other areas of the county have endorsed me. There will be a long list of endorsements. My Facebook is currently up. The website should be up. It keeps getting taken down because they keep adding information to it. Hopefully it'll be up in the next 24 hours. I will stay till the end of the meeting. It looks like it may be a long meeting, but I'll do my best to stay and address any questions, answer any concerns that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lee Fisher, and I'm here tonight to introduce myself as a candidate for Ottawa County Prosecuting Attorney in 2020. As many of you may know already, our current elected prosecutor, Ronald Franz, he's been the elected prosecutor for 30 years. He's been in the prosecutor's office for 42, has decided to retire. And I have been working for Ron for 29 years. I believe I was his first hire after he was elected prosecutor 30 years ago. So I've been working along side by side with him all the way up to the current time. Ron is my first and most important endorser. He's endorsed me from the beginning of my candidacy, and he will continue to do so. I'm also being endorsed by Ottawa County Sheriff Steve Kemker, retired Sheriff Gary Rosema, retired Under Sheriff Greg Steginga, as well as the Police Officers Association of Michigan. Numerous county officials are also, elected officials are also endorsing me, including Amanda Price, County Treasurer, Joe Bush. Several of the, or most of the county commissioners are also endorsing my candidacy. I'm running, basically, there's some things that are important to me that we have always stressed in our office, and I'd like to keep these things going. My first and number one priority as the elected prosecutor will be public safety. As the lead law enforcement officer of the county, I believe that's the most important consideration that I have to give to everything that our office does. So public safety, also looking out for the victims of crime. Crime victims' rights is very important to me. I'd like to follow up that I'm a big fan of Bill Van Regenmorter, who was the father of crime victims' rights in the state of Michigan. His wife, Cheryl, is also endorsing me. Another thing that's very important to me is protecting our children here in the county. Nothing more important than protecting our children. I'm being endorsed by people at the Child Advocacy Center down in Holland. Also, as far as some more, it's not really reform, but reform-minded projects that we have going that I am in support of are our specialty courts, our sobriety courts, our Ottawa County Recovery Courts for drug addicts in the circuit court, and our mental health courts. I think those are all very important things to support. Our office fully supports those, and I will continue to do so. And those are alternatives to keep people maybe out of jail and prison and so forth. Now, I've spent the last 29 years here building up relationships with the courts, the judges, defense bar, social service agencies, and most importantly for me, law enforcement. And I believe I have the support of every law enforcement agency in the county. I believe that that would be a benefit to the people. I would like to continue to serve the people as I have for the last 29 years as your elected prosecutor. I'm just here to ask for all of your support. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Jamie Wagley, 301. I actually put my home address. 301 North Harbor Drive, Grand Haven, Not So Ordinary. I'm the owner of Not So Ordinary down at Chinook Pier. June 6th of last year, opening my business halted due to conditions uncovered by renovations, including water in the crawl space. The city was notified. After being asked on behalf of the city when I planned on opening, I decided to hire a mold inspector for my suite and the common area in Building A. Preliminary and final results proved extreme concern, including Stachybotrys, black mold in the men's bathroom. My attorney sent a letter deeming my space untenantable, along with the mold report, inspector's recommendations, including for the crawl space, and a remediation estimate. Alternate testing protocols and recommendations were adopted. Remediation began, and though disappointed I had missed an entire opening season, I was hopeful that I could continue moving forward with a safer space for my year-round business once remediation completed. December 19th, all tenants were informed of the situation. Since then, livelihoods, dreams, and emotions have been laid bare. It is a sad situation from every point of view. The decisions are not easy and come with a price, no matter the perspective. But the fact remains, as Tony from Avon March explained January 20th, Building C is different. No structural concerns, not the same mold concerns of A and B, and the crawl space is different. With 40 to 60,000, he said it could be ready for the season. That provides the two businesses there to remain. It's been mentioned whether or not Building C is worth the investment to save, and that at 34 years old, it probably needs new windows and floors. A mold inspection already proved that the air quality inside C is better than outside, and it was presented that the inside is immaculate and well maintained by the tenants. Windows and floors seem low on the priority for this upcoming season, considering that the future of and very existence of 3 businesses depend on C being saved. Thankfully, most of the businesses have new locations to move into. However, there are 3 businesses in A and B that proposed for the depot concession area, myself included. Building C does not have to be demolished. The 2 businesses there do not have to be displaced, and more importantly, should not be displaced. Voting to save Building C allows one of the 3 businesses from A and B to operate from the depot. Building C is the first building seen walking along the boardwalk from the marina office past the splash pad. It's the place where people of all ages sit and enjoy a delicious treat at the picnic tables, watching the fishing boats come and go. It will be a wonderful complement to whatever is proposed for that area. It can be and it should be saved. It was heartbreaking watching the season go by after tens of thousands of dollars spent. I am thankful, however, that I did not lose sight of what's important because of money. Doing the right thing is not always financially positive in the short term, but it is always necessary. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. I'm Horace Curry. I've been here in Grand Haven for 21 years now. I own Wanda's, hey Pat, Ashley. I own Wanda's Slice Barn. I also own the Wandering Cow, frozen yogurt and food truck. Of course, I'm in Chinook Pier, and going with what was just said, I know this was a hard decision, but I do feel like there was some things that wasn't transparent. Like, how did you guys decide, or how was it the decision made of the 4 tenants that would take the depot building? Especially with building C being able to maybe stay open if there's some money put into it, I guess $40,000 to $60,000. That does keep 2 businesses still open in Grand Haven. That's our livelihood. So I would like you guys consider that if it was you and you're supporting kids, family members, and all of a sudden your business is just gone. I mean, you could lose your house and other things. So it's very important that if Building C can be saved, that's 2 businesses there, so one other business could go in the depot and just be able to support their family. Like she said, that's a lot of income, that's a lot of money we spent. I spent quite a bit of money in my pizza place. By the way, it's really good pizza, Southern style pizza, homemade garlic sauce, bacon to the crust. It's really good. But besides that, if one of us could go into that depot spot, that just saves not only us alone, but family. And we want to be here. We love the Grand Haven community. So that's my first idea. My second one is if Building C doesn't turn out, these pop-up shops that are in Muskegon and other places are doing so well. Grand Haven has spots. It's not, economically, it's not that expensive to put up a pop-up shop. It really looks nice. It draws a crowd. People want to see what you have. So I've been proposing this, that if we could have a few pop-up shops in different spots or together in Grand Haven, that's another ulterior that we don't feel like we lost everything. Because right now, I feel like I lost everything. and a few of us do feel like we're losing almost everything. So that's what I would hope you guys can consider, either keeping Building C open or at least putting up some pop-up shops so that could save us, you know. I did have another point, but it's not coming to me. Oh, and also the depot building, another thing that bothered me personally. I've been trying to get in the depot building for over 4 years when nobody else hardly knew about it. Except for Temptations, they wanted to get into it too. And so it really shocked me when I knew that 4 tenants were being picked, and it was like, well, here's the 4, and I don't know if I was even considered, but I thought that was unfair also. So, especially since I've been trying to get in there every year. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Russ Roberts, Dairy Cream, Chinook Pier. Just wanted to, with all due respect to Jamie and Horace, just wanted to say that I expressed my concerns about what things look like if we stay over there with what's happening in buildings A and B. And I've already expressed those concerns. You guys have heard those before, so I won't repeat that. It's obviously, it's been a trying time for everybody. I know all of these guys and all of us too. It's laid our souls bare. We've laid our bare souls to you at different times and stuff. I do want to reiterate what Kelly said about the money that you're going to potentially vote for the depot tonight. Moving that forward, we hope that we're able to continue serving the city of Grand Haven as we have for the past 30 plus years, and hopefully we can move forward with that. And then also too, if that does happen, a concern that Kelly and I have also too is about being able to not move our equipment twice, be able to move in one move. I know they're going to talk about taking bids for destruction of the buildings, potentially, depending on everything that's happened tonight and stuff. And hopefully that'll be a consideration for the city council, that we're able to keep that going also. Do that too, as much as the costs already are. If they are, that would just be one more thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Rick Grassman, 212 South Harbor. Just off the top of my head, have you guys, the cities and municipalities aren't known for being great builders and efficient and all that great things. You have some very nice buildings there. Have you offered an RFP out to public for maybe there's someone who would lease the entire thing with the caveat they fix the whole thing up and have the leases go back in place and everybody moves on? Has that been an option? Has it been looked at? Mold just doesn't start overnight. It's not something that there's no mold today and tomorrow there's mold. It's an ongoing situation. I've heard that, well, it's built so close to the water. Good heavens, there's buildings built on the water everywhere. That's not an issue. Was there neglect on the property managers? Have we looked at going back on an insurance claim for that before we bulldoze all these buildings down at a price for new construction that is up here today? Unless there's some sort of maybe there's another motive and something else is going to go in there. I don't know. But I think those options exist of insurance carrier for neglective duties. And also, has anybody asked the question, would there somebody just lease the whole thing as it is with the caveat they fix it up? Thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, then we will close the call to the audience and move on to the consent agenda.
Items on the consent agenda are to approve the special work session and amended regular council meeting minutes of January 20th, 2020. The amendment is, I have so far, is from Councilmember Cummins. He noticed had wrong name on a call to audience in the minutes, so I will correct that. Also on the agenda, approve the bills memo in the amount of $687,533.38. Approve the service agreement for calendar year 2020 with the Ottawa County Sheriff's Office for the Sentence Work Abatement Program, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents. Approve the purchase of a half-ton truck in school bus yellow color to be used as a public works administrative vehicle in the not-to-exceed price totaling $27,830.29 from Preferred Ford. And approve the semi-permanent sidewalk cafe permit agreement for 41 Washington Avenue to allow for fenced-in outdoor seating along Washington Avenue and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Dora, second by Cummins. Questions and comments on the consent agenda?
I just was wondering, I know we're looking at another truck, and we had we had a proposal going out for through the state bid that we could have got a Dodge truck or whatever, and now we're going to a Ford truck, and we're adding like over $3,000 onto that. Because of the delay that we had to get a yellow truck. And I'm just thinking, do we have to go with yellow trucks? Do we, you know, I mean, that yellow truck, when I used to bid them out too, sometimes they're kind of a pain because you had to wait for a yellow truck. You had to wait for delivery for a yellow truck because they had to have so many of them to paint. So I'm just thinking, you know, maybe we should be looking at a more standard color like blue, green, red, or something. I know some other communities have that. You know, they don't have the yellow like we have, but just an idea that you know, if we're running into problems getting the yellow color, then the manufacturer that we wanted couldn't deliver on time, maybe we should be looking at changing colors to the trucks.
I would like to respond. I did talk to Derek Gatos. He had to take off, I believe. Is he still here? Oh, he's still here. I thought he was gonna. He's got a big thing going on tomorrow morning.
He's a little slow getting up.
Welcome, Your Honor. Derek Gates, Public Works Director. Yes, we'll look into that. Unfortunately, the color green is also one of those specialty colors that we have to pay extra for, but there are some choices we can go. Our entire fleet is yellow, so it's something that it would take us a couple decades to figure out, but or meander through the replacement into one color, but something we can look at for sure.
Okay. I know getting the yellow color is a pain sometimes, so it's just be a lot easier if we had a standard color we could just go to, and I think the resale value when we look to you know, to get rid of those trucks, I think another color would be a little bit.
Yeah, as long as we keep them. I don't know if it's the color that really, compared to the rust, that keeps the values down. But no, Chrysler's having an issue with that color. So we've had any problems with Ford. We haven't bought any GM products recently with that color. But Ford seems to be going fine. We did get 3 Dodges in. I don't know if it was just luck or something at that point over the last couple of years, but this one seems to be an issue. So.
I had trouble getting Chevys, so yeah, that's why you've seen all the green trucks that we had, you know.
Yeah.
But,
Historically, we've not had a problem each time we've bought yellow trucks. It does happen sometimes, and Derek pointed out some items, you know, the consistency issue that, you know, it'd take us about 20 years to get them all switched out so they were all the same color again, because the last 2 green ones now are 20 years old. So, you know, we're still working through the last time we went, and I think green's a great color to go with, just for the record. We're gonna switch. Green is a good
advocating for us.
Green and white, let's just mix it up. You know, residents recognizing that yellow truck running around town, they know when they see a city truck, they know it from a distance, and it's just something that we've become used to. And, you know, it's something we can sure look at, but I think we'd want to be pretty deliberate about it and look at the long-range schedule and decide that we're gonna go in that direction.
Okay.
Was yellow chosen for safety reasons or any such thing?
You know, there's a visibility, you know, aspect of having yellow trucks. I did work for another municipality, had yellow trucks, and that's what they wanted in their community was yellow trucks. And I've worked for a few communities, all different colors, so more of a preference. But you know, yellow does stand out if we're working out on Beacon Boulevard or a busy road, Harbor Drive during the summer. It does have a a lot more visibility to the public and the traveling public than, let's say, a white or something, so it blends in.
The county has red, so.
Yeah, I was just
Yep,
gonna say that.
red's another color, yeah, absolutely.
Keep in mind, it's coming from a gentleman in a salmon-colored dress shirt.
My bright orange shirt was in the
Visibility.
cleaners, so sorry. I like color, yes, so you talk to me.
Okay, any other questions? Anything else on consent agenda? We're ready to vote?
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. All right, at this point in time, we will open a public hearing. Now, this happens to be the third public hearing for this issue. Hopefully this time we have everybody notified that was supposed to be notified. Linda, you want to read this?
Yeah. This is a public hearing regarding the rezoning of 215 North Beacon Boulevard, 714 Elliott Avenue, 222 North 7th Street, 729, 727, 721, 719, and 715 Fulton Avenue from neighborhood mixed use to commercial zoning district.
Okay, I'm opening the public hearing. Would anybody from the public like to address council on this matter? I saw somebody in motion there. All right, well, if nobody chooses to comment, then we will close the public hearing. So, at this point, we will consider final resolution to rezone. Linda, do you want to read this, or is this clear enough?
Up to you.
Final resolution to rezone, we did the first reading at the beginning of January. So, we need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Cummins, second by Dora for the final reading of the rezoning. Questions and comments?
No issues for me.
Ready to vote?
Yeah.
Ready to vote?
Scott?
No.
Fritz?
No.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes.
Repeat of last time.
Okay. First item of new business.
First item is to approve a construction and 50/50 cost-sharing agreement with Cardoma LLC for the replacement of the Lake Avenue retaining wall with a total estimated project cost of $60,000 and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents. The administration recommends approval.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Fritz, second by Scott. Mr. Derek.
Derek Cadis, Public Works Director. Yes, so in December, I brought to you the Lake Avenue retaining wall failure and the possibility of partnering with the Cardoma Lodge to replace that. And so here in front of you is the agreement to share those costs equally. Our attorney Ron Bolchu, who's here tonight, looked it over and gave it a few tweaks, and the Cardoma LLC attorney also agreed with those. So for use for that to consider.
Questions, comments?
I just appreciate the collaboration between Cardoma and the city to get this accomplished and splitting the costs with us. I think that's a great deal.
It's something we have to do. We don't want to lose our road.
No. You will most likely see a encroachment permit to come along with some of those private private infrastructure that's in the road right of way being rebuilt as well. So we're working on those details with the lodge to make it a safe and long-term solution.
Now, is the cost sharing strictly for the wall as opposed to any other utilities in the roadway?
That's correct. Yep. All the encroachments be paid by the lodge.
Very good.
Okay. Other than that, nothing's changed from when we saw this at our work session?
Nope. Just that it's a formal agreement.
All right. Well, good. It needs to be done. Appreciate the cooperation. Any questions or comments? Ready to vote? Please call the roll.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. Next item.
Next item is to accept the engineering proposal from Abbenmarsh in the amount of $45,000 to provide preliminary and final design and construction engineering services for flood remediation of the intersections of Coho Drive and 3rd Street and Harbor Island Drive and US 31, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the necessary documents. The administration recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved. In support.
Motion by Cummins, second by Fritz. Derek, you're still there?
Yes, Derek Gates, Public Works Director. So, yes, so this was in your packet during our work session. These were the costs that were they're estimated, and so in order to move forward with our engineering and permitting, which is another thing that we need to get moving on, is this. So our two least costly flooding mitigations, hopefully if we get this moving now, will be resolved before summer. That's our plan.
Is this going to be high enough to, I guess if they're predicting the water table could still, the water could still go up 8-10 inches or whatever. Are you planning on building the road high enough where we don't have to worry about that?
Yes. Now, I mean, there's a means to the end, to the estimate that we talked about, and there's also, if I raise, like, for instance, the intersection of Harbor Island Drive 3 feet, we could go 4, but do you go 6? So some of those things engineers are going to talk to us about. But yeah, I'd like to. Our plans is to mitigate those high enough. But if 8 inches isn't the crest of the flooding, come this year, I don't know if we can engineer ourselves out of any higher than that. So, but yeah, we'll take that into consideration.
Okay.
I kind of had the same concern about the length of it, because it looked like about 300 feet, which puts it down about the middle of maybe Rick's Robinson Park area, which looks like it's almost under now. So I was just curious, in the same question that Denny had, about how much room does that give us above where we are right now?
Well, this was to mitigate the flooding at the intersection,
Yep.
not the entire road. So we'll look at that and see, engaging Abbenmarsh right now to talk about flooding and what happens if it's 6, 8 inches, 12 inches higher this summer. Where are those? So if we do have the cutoff, let's say 400 feet down the road, is it going to flood at 500, 600 feet? What does that look like? So we'll take those consideration. Hopefully you won't see me back asking for more money because of those considerations. But yeah, definitely we won't know until we start engineering.
So access to Hall Sports Center, is that going to be, they'll be responsible for raising their driveway?
Yeah, we'll do the stuff inside the road right away, and they'll do their own private property and parking lot.
And they are also proposing a seawall or some such thing, try to make a bathtub that they can live in?
Yeah, I think his long-term plan is to raise the property and improve it even more, but I think the seawall was the first step in that, in the marina.
Okay. Any other questions? I think we're ready to vote.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. Next item.
Next item is to officially terminate leases of Chinook Pier tenants per the destruction of premises clause within their lease agreements and seek bids for the demolition of buildings A, B, and C. The administration recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
In support.
Motion by Scott, second by Fritz. Pat, would you like to
Yes, please.
open this?
Yeah, if I might just offer a few comments here. This has been I guess a long time coming. We've expected this, and we've been working along and trying to get costs together for what the financial impacts would be for the various options we had available. And most of what we have coming back points us in this direction. Now, I know there is some interest by some, and it was expressed tonight, that there's some interest in maybe trying to save Building C. Depending on how you nail down the numbers exactly, we are recommending that it be cleared out and demolished. However, if the council's desire was to save any of those buildings, that would be the most economical one to save. It's got a different construction underneath that makes it a little less costly than the other two buildings. There's a likelihood you could break even on a straight up how much you collect in rent over the next 10 years or so versus how much you invest in it now. So, you know, that if there were an inclination to want to save, that is something you could decide to do. It's purely a policy matter. I'm just trying to present you with the numbers as I see them and the best recommendation I can come up with, but I'm certainly willing to go back to the drawing board in any sense you might want us to. Regardless of how you choose to go forward, we will need to come back for a budget adjustment to cover that, but I'd get some direction tonight on what it is you're interested in doing and how you want me to come back to you with those budget adjustments. You know, we would seek bids for the demolition aspect, and then also some companion resolutions that follow this one tonight. One on what to do with the depot, and then another on what to direct staff to do going forward. Now, that going forward is short and long term. You've heard some interest expressed tonight about pop-up shops. You know, maybe there is something we could do in the very short term if we're able to get things knocked down in a hurry. Perhaps there are some additional lifeboats. I like it. Somebody called the depot a lifeboat for some of those tenants. Perhaps there are some other lifeboat provisions we could jump on if you offer that direction tonight. So we're ready to answer questions or take direction as you see fit.
All right, thanks.
If the water table comes up, say 8 inches like they're suggesting it might this summer, what happens to that building then? Would that building, could we make that building so we don't have to worry about the mold again and or is that a concern?
All of the advice we've gotten has been very consistent, and it makes a lot of sense, is that the first thing we have to do is mitigate. We have to get the water out of there. You know, some might think that water underneath buildings isn't a problem or can somehow be ignored, but according to the advice we're getting from architects and engineers, that if you leave those wet conditions, you're going to continue to wrestle with those mold issues. So whatever happens with the water, we need to come up with a sensible device to lose the water. And I think if it was looking like when we got in a little further into the design, Avonmarsh has some considerable experts on their staff, and they work in a lot of waterfront towns. So we would look at that and look at those potential scenarios. What's the likelihood it is going to go up another 11 inches? You know, that's the number we've been hearing. If that happened, how would that impact the proposed mitigation that we're looking at? And if it were, it would defeat whatever we tried to do, I would likely come back with stronger advice. But at this time, we don't know what the water is going to do. If it does come up over the sidewalk, there won't be any business down there anyways. So there wouldn't be any point in doing much of anything until that water went back down. I don't know if that really answers your question. It's such an unknown that I wish I knew, but any design we approach, we would ask the experts to look at, what if it goes up another foot? And we could shoot some grades and see, does that mean the water's up right up to the bottom step, or does that just mean that, the water comes up to the edge of the river and we're still going to be able to do business down there?
The other concern I have, if we don't move on this, that if the weight limits go on the roads, it could cost that demolition to cost us more money too. So, it's a catch-22, I guess, but those things we need to consider, I guess.
Other comments?
To Mr. Grassman's question earlier, about whether or not there may be potentially somebody privately coming in and with a caveat to do the mitigation and renovation, they'd want to take on that work. Not sure how much interest there would be. I know there's obviously some history here with these buildings that they were privately owned. The city bought them a number of years ago. What are your thoughts on that and the feasibility of that actually occurring? What the interest would really be? I know there's a lot of unknowns there, but
so far we've been approached by a total of 0 people who've come in and said they'd like to do that until tonight. Otherwise, each expert, each firm, each entity that we talked to, probably 6 independent opinions that we sought. What do you think? Mm-hmm. And without exception, the minimum lowest cost we saw was north of $600,000. And that was really not taking care of everything that we think needs to be taken care of. And then we took all of that separate advice coming from different directions with really no horse in the race, and asked Avonmarsh to go over all that in some detail and verify and vet that. And they came back and said, yeah, those are the numbers. So, if somebody thinks they've got a better mousetrap, we're all ears. Love to hear the proposal if somebody's serious about putting forth some money. A big problem we do have is our 10-year max. We can't do any agreements more than 10 years. So if we're asking a private entity to partner with us, often 10 years isn't a long enough horizon to recover that upfront investment. Even if they had an idea that they thought they could get it done for $500,000, less than 10 years would be tough to recover that kind of an investment.
Fair.
And a good deal of the interest that we've had has been in the potential for the property to do something a little different. The developers, we have been contacted by a few development interests who've asked, well, what can we put there? And they think they can make some money off it, but I don't know if it's with a single-story commercial per square foot. It's tough to make those numbers work. Or so I've been told. We're not developers, as was also pointed out tonight.
It's true.
Readily admitted.
Yep.
Well, I've been quite interested in trying to preserve Building C, and we talked earlier about the numbers that we were presented. I had you send me rental numbers for Building C and for all the buildings and square footages, and it looks to me like the rents that we would collect and the costs that we would incur on a normal operating basis, it's approximately a wash or slightly positive in terms of rent collected versus the cost of the money that we would put in. If we're going to put in the number you suggest is $115,000, and we wouldn't actually borrow that money, we would advance that money and then recover it and pay ourselves back. And I believe that's what you meant by debt service.
When I mentioned debt service in my memo, I was initially referring to the whole project, which would be north of $1 million. In which case I probably would recommend going out for some.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Debt, but the lower one we may be able to finance internally. Yes.
Well, I'm sure that we could if we chose to do so. So it'd be a question of getting our money back out of the project, and so you're still looking at 10, 12, 13-year return on that money. But on the other hand, it's an asset that we own, and it's an asset that's not really in terrible condition. The thing that sold me on getting rid of buildings A and B was that you have those 3-foot deep floor trusses under the building which have literally been immersed in water. And there's water marks on them. The structural engineer at Avonmarsh essentially condemned them, said that those have to come out. So you'd be left with a shell of a building, and there's really not much saving that without tremendous expenditure. After I heard that, I was done thinking about buildings A and B, but building C has a dirt crawl space, so it doesn't hold water. It has floor joist construction, so the wood has never been wet, and it would be a lot easier to repair and mitigate and put back in business. I think that could be done fairly quickly, but you're still talking putting $100,000 into it. I think it kind of makes sense in terms of preserving an asset that we own and not losing money on the deal. It's just we would have to be a little patient getting our money back, and it would satisfy some of the concern we've heard about tenant space. I understand Mr. Roberts' concern about the less amount of foot traffic down there with the rest of Chinook Pier is gone, but on the other hand, it's still adjacent to the splash pad, it's still adjacent to the sailing club and the parking lot, and the farmers market is there. I still think there will be foot traffic there. My concern has been that, as Denny said, if the water keeps rising, if it overtops the sidewalk, there won't be anything down there. And if it gets up to the sidewalk level, then it will probably be as high as the floor of that crawl space. I think you could probably punch a couple holes in the floor and pump a foot of concrete under there. And you could fill that right up. You could put a membrane in there, put concrete, and solve that problem. That wouldn't be terribly difficult to do, and then clean up the building. So I think that's all doable. And I guess my feeling would be that I would rather keep the building with that investment than to destroy it. And I guess I'd like to hear the rest of council's thought on that, or if we think that it's not worth sitting on that building for that long with that much investment in it. But personally, I don't like to throw away things that are still good. And I think this building is good enough to be worth repairing. So that would be my thought on the matter. The buildings A and B, I think, need to go. I think they're too compromised, not worth the investment. And we don't know for sure where the water's going to end up. If we get water on the sidewalk, then I think that we're much more serious problems. Going forward with the other items later on our agenda, we'll be talking about what's the future hold, and that's a big deal. But I'll stop at that point, see if anybody else wants to chime in on whether building C is worth saving or whether we should just dump everything.
Well, as Mr. Roberts was saying, he didn't want to be on an island. You know, it's being down there by himself, you know, is a totally different. With Building C, you get down there, it's a tight-knit unit down there. All these people all accent each other. They draw quite a bit of people down there. Saving one building, if he stayed down there, it depends on if he takes the lease at the depot, you know, and if we move some of the other people, the smaller ones that might track something in there. But for him, what he was telling us is that it's a tough decision for him, because if he does stay down there and you tear the other two buildings down, he's the only one. You know, then it's like, do you really want to be on an island? But I agree, Bob, I don't like getting rid of things that are useful yet. He's going to have to, if we're going to redo the building, he's going to have to remove his equipment anyways. So we get in there and remediate everything and get it back in order. I'm willing to take a gamble on it, on Building C. I really am. It's basically what you're doing, but I don't know if it's going to be the same tenants in there, because I don't know what the deal is going to be at the depot, and if they want to stay there or not. So we're going to have to find somebody for that building or what.
Yeah. Keep in mind the depot's a temporary location for whoever goes there.
We're looking for a long-term resident at one time up there in the depot anyway, so that's my opinion, is that when we first started that journey with the depot, we started out looking for a permanent landmark person to be in there, and that didn't pan out.
And we also worried about competing with Chinook Pier, which is no longer an issue.
Yes. But then again, we could still, you know, we're looking for a permanent resident there. I'm willing to take a chance on C, but A and B absolutely they're compromised. There's no way, but if the water comes up, then we just took the money and put it in the wind. Listen to everybody else.
I kind of agree on buildings A and B. Those were written off quite some time ago for me. Building C seemed to be the least affected. We've heard a lot of information on that. If the water comes up, I don't think anybody knows where we're going to be. If there's a chance to save that building for right now and find out if the water comes up, or if it doesn't, and get a couple years out of it, I'm for that. I'd rather reuse it than tear it down.
It's overall, obviously, you know, unfortunate that we're here at all, but here we are with high water, and this is kind of what we're left with. You know, Chinook Pier has been a staple of the community for over 30 years, and tearing these buildings down will certainly change the look and feel of the area, and one of the gateways to our waterfront. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's going to be a significant change, even with buildings A and B gone. I mean, it's going to be a very different look for the community. You know, it really struck me, you know, the Dairy Cream owner really mentioned that last time, that the way he put it was that you know, Chinook Pier they live and die together. And I think it's a destination as a whole with all of the buildings there. I just think there's a lot of risks and unknowns with this rising water. You know, I definitely want to see what we can do in the short term to still lessen the impact on these businesses. I'm supportive of looking at the small pop-up shops, and we're going to talk about, you know, community engagement process here in a separate motion. But I'm not sure it's worth the risk, or, you know, the gamble, as Mr. Fritz put it, or, you know, the investment at this point with, you know, even a couple of years, and we're just gonna lose money on it. I'm not sure just one building on its own as an island is really Chinook Pier anymore. And I think we have an opportunity to re-envision this area. You know, we're gonna have to do that anyways with buildings A and B gone, and so I'm not sure that's worth the risk at this point for building C. I think there's too many unknowns involved. I think Pat's laid out kind of the business case, and the amount of time it's gonna take us to recoup our costs from a financial perspective. So I have some concerns with keeping building C at this point. I think it's too risky.
Fair enough. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's too risky too. It's you know, I mean, this is taxpayer money that we're dealing with, and if the water does come up, like it's predicted to, we lose all that investment. So it's a catch-22 again. You know, you really don't know what's going to happen. If the water levels stay like they are, we're fine. But the probability is, the way it sounds, is they're not going to. So I just, I would hate to throw that money away. So I guess I'm more in favor of getting rid of C.
You have your finger up.
Yeah, if the water comes up to it, say it comes up over the sidewalk, we're gonna lose our whole marina anyway, so it's gone, whether you like it or not. You lose your waterfront, and you probably end up losing half of Lynn Sherwood if the water gets that high.
So we got big problems.
That's big problems.
Yep.
Water is just a big problem right now.
You know, we're looking out, going out for proposals on what to do with the spaces for A and B, coming up in the meeting. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit. And I would like to still do that with A and B, and if somebody comes along with something where they have a proposal for the whole area, I wouldn't be against losing building C to that, even if it means that we've put some money into it. At some point in time. I mean, we're not talking tomorrow. We're not talking probably a year before we probably nail down exactly what's going to happen there. So that gives some folks some places to stay, some places to go to run their businesses, and find out what's going to happen. If we choose to demolish part of it and put up some pop-up shops or whatever in that area, they can move into those, and then we can always take building C and not have it. But I think for the time being, it's an asset.
All right. If there's any interest in changing this motion, right, the motion as presented is demolition of all three buildings. We would need to amend that motion if we're interested in not demolishing building C, and we would have to follow that up with seeking bids to do the repair and remediation of C.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it for you.
Okay, so the motion would be to seek bids for demolition. We're doing two things. We're terminating leases, and we're seeking bids for demolition of buildings A and B. And the motion would be to, the amendment to the motion would be to seek proposals or seek bids to repair building C.
And still terminate the leases on A and B and demolition.
So then you're not terminating the leases on building C.
Correct.
Linda, is that clear?
Yes.
Any questions on the motion to amend?
It's clear, but we also have agreements we're going out with for Dairy Cream to the depot. Would that still be in effect if he wants to move?
I believe so. I don't think,
Okay, you're not going to terminate his lease there.
well, if we're not terminating his lease, I think he still has an option of,
Okay, just want to make
I
sure.
think he still has the option, correct me if I'm wrong, he still has the option of,
We will work to clear that up right away to see what his intentions and direction are, because we know we've got interest in whichever space. You know, we need to balance these things, and if the space is still good in building C and that can still be used, then perhaps the space in the depot now becomes available for a different tenant. We'll have to have those discussions tomorrow if this passes.
or the space in building C currently occupied by Dairy Cream might be usable to someone else.
Correct.
So then that would be a decision that Mr. Roberts would have to make.
We would want to have some discussions that would, it presents a different landscape for us, let's say
Yes, it
that,
does.
because
Yes, it does.
if suddenly
We
his
didn't make
space
it-
is occupiable, we don't terminate his lease. He's got a 5-year lease where he's at. So we'd want to talk about what, are in his best interests and our best interests and agree on what the best course forward is. But we do know we have takers for whatever space isn't spoken for, and I'm very inspired to hear your comments about possibly pop-up shops. I think we're going to want to jump on that at the same time we jump on the demolition bids.
I think if pop-up shops come to be, then this is hardly an island. This building is hardly an island anymore.
It can be several islands, which are very
Yeah,
popular.
archipelago.
It'd be quite a popular place, and again.
I think I hear a new name, Chinook Islands,
All right. Hopefully it doesn't, that's not literal. But these are extraordinary circumstances, so we would work with our tenants.
Got it.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend. We need to vote on that.
Well, further discussion is, and like Pat's point, his memo is, well taken too. I mean, we're putting in money now and this will continue to be an asset of ours that we're supposed to maintain, and it's going to have more costs in the future to, keep it up, and so that's something to consider too. But
Okay.
at least in the long-term financials piece of this, that I think prudent for us to look at.
Let's vote on the motion to amend.
Cummins?
No.
Scott?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. All right, so now we have a new motion in front of us. Well, an amended motion in front of us. Any other questions on this motion? The amended motion? I think we're ready to vote.
Scott?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. All right, do we give you more to do now, Pat?
Ashley is loving this.
I'm sure she is.
Yeah. Right when she thought it was safe to come back into the office. But we'll get right on it tomorrow. We'll get demolition bids together and keep you posted daily
Right.
probably. And also all the tenants, I'm grateful for your participation tonight. We'll be talking to you for sure tomorrow and throughout the week as we continue the journey of this winter.
May I add to this is that some of these tenants that they have noted tonight is that they like to have a little bit of time to get their equipment and stuff instead of making 2 moves. Because to take it out of there and store it someplace else, especially like the food services and the ice cream and all that, it's very difficult to find a place to store it and then move it back in when you're just going to move it down the street. So we have to take that in consideration. I would really like to have that done, taken care of.
Okay, we'll be very considerate.
I
We'll
agree.
allow them to move ice cream making equipment into this room.
That would be.
But yes, we will certainly be very, we're not going to start tearing down tomorrow, it'll
I
take
know,
us a
but-
while, and there'll probably be bids at your next meeting, and so they'll have some time, and we'll let them use whatever space they need.
So that brings up another question, which is somewhat related. Some of the mechanical equipment, some of the things which the city owns as part of that building, or I don't know if the city owns them or the tenants own them, but some of the mechanical equipment specifically, are those available to be reused at the depot, or can we make those things available?
Anything that we can scavenge, so to speak, to put to good use and get value out of, we will.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think we're on a timeline which will allow people to react properly.
Absolutely.
All right, next item.
Next item is to expend up to $100,000 to extend power, install doors, and do related work to prepare the depot for tenants. The administration recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Motion by Scott, second by Cummins. Pat, you want to explain this?
Yes, and in order to create a white box there at Chinook Pier, there are some things we have to do, and I know when we first discussed this several weeks ago, I think it was probably your first meeting of January, and we talked about providing that lifeboat at the depot. There was probably an impression, and I apologize, I was a little naive at the time as well, that this could just be opened up. We'd just open the doors and say, go ahead and move your stuff in, and you're ready to go. You're welcome. Well, it turns out the tenants are going to have to invest considerable amount of money, as is the city. Now, I've pointed out in a brief memo in your packet that the investment we make, we will almost recover during the course of the next 2 years, not quite. However, the investment we make is not going to be stranded. It won't be something that we leave behind and go away. It stays part of the building. Doors, which we need to upgrade those doors. We want to, and everything we've talked about on all sides, there's been agreement that we want to improve access to the building. So replacing those doors with commercial grade doors that open out, according to code, is fairly costly. We have to put emergency lighting at all those doors. That was far more costly than what we expected. Exit lighting at all those doors. Then emergency lighting in the building is necessary if we're going to be occupying it in this way. And bringing upgraded electrical service to the building and getting new panels set up for those new users is another expense. All these things are things we would have needed to do anyways. So that value will remain in the building. So it is a little different than what we thought when we were first talking about this, but these are necessary things that need to be done in order to get the building ready for tenants.
On these doors, we like to keep the feel of the building too. I'm very adamant on that. I don't want to just put any kind of commercial door in there. We want them actually to be usable and to code, but we also want them to be part of the building so it doesn't lose the feel of the depot itself. Make sure that we maintain the integrity of the look of it. That's what we need to do. If I go along with this, I want to make sure that we have that feeling, because it's very, it's old, it's a historical building, and we want to maintain that look on the outside. We don't want it to look like the new part. We want to make sure it still is functional.
We'll ask that the treatment be as historically considerate as possible and still meet code. And I imagine on the margin, it's just going to be a very small percentage. It's not like it's going to make the cost go up to $110,000. It might add a few $100s per door. I don't know exactly what that means, exactly what it looks like, but I think it needs to be a full glass door, but we can try to make it look wood or authentic railroad era or hardware.
We need to make it look like the depot is what we need to do. I mean, I know we have to do some things to it, but we still got to maintain that character of the building itself. It's part of our history, and we don't want to tarnish it. At least I don't want to be part of it. I don't want me to sit there and say years down the road saying, boy, look what Fritz did, you know? I don't want that. I don't want that done. I want to make sure we have the building there, stands there like it is. We want to maintain that look.
I'll get some greater detail from the architect we're working with. If you look at the door that's there, just that, you know, something that I can conceive of, we've got the exterior commercial door, and I think the interior original door is still there. It can be closed, and you're looking through glass at the original door. So I don't know if we can do that with these other doors. I really haven't gotten that level of detail, but I will get it and share it.
Okay.
The Historic Commission is meeting this week. They're having a special meeting, and we're going to present all this to the Historic Commission just to let them look things over and get some advice.
Very good. Good. I feel more relaxed having them take a good look at it, to be honest with you.
There are lots of options on doors, so I'm sure we can find something appropriate.
You can use that one right there.
Okay.
Maybe
I
not.
agree with Councilman Fritz that we need to keep the outside appearance at the forefront of what we are looking at. It's a big important thing for me also. I appreciate that you're giving the Historical District Commission a chance to look at this and review it up front and get their recommendations on what they think for it also.
Definitely support the comments that have been made already. Obviously the timeline's been pushed up a little bit on this, but if the work would have been done anyway, and we'll be recouping some of the costs with having some retail tenants support.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and I think so too. I think particularly because we're going to be doing things we needed to do. we're gonna do things that we would eventually have done whether we had temporary tenants or not. We're not gonna do more than that. And that you're doing this cooperatively with our temporary tenants, but they're going to cover their costs and we'll cover our, as you call it, white box costs. I think it's important, as Mr. Fritz and Mr. Dora and Mr. Cummins and Mr. Scott have all commented, that this be historically appropriate styling. We knew from the beginning, I believe, that the interior would be modified and that the doors and windows would be modernized and made insulated and functional, safe to use and all that. And so with those choices to be made, I think that we can move forward with this and it'd be money well spent. And hopefully it'll still be this amount of money, not some other amount. Any other comments? I think we're ready to vote.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. Next item.
Next item is to direct staff to commence a community engagement process to develop short and long-term ideas for the newly vacant space at Chinook Pier. The administration recommends approval.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Cummins, second by Scott. What did you have in mind, Mr. McGinnis?
Well, I guess I was hoping it was somewhat self-explanatory to just begin planning. I'll work with Jennifer Howland and Jeremy Swiftney and others who are interested in ideation to embrace the community ideal of what they want to see down there. You know, do we want it green space? Do they want identical building mass? Do we want different building mass? Do we want recreational opportunities, commercial opportunities, office space, residential, hospitality? You know, there's so many different things that can be done, and we might as well make lemonade out of this and take best advantage of your real estate down there. And there's going to be a lot of great ideas, I'm sure. So let's let the community come out and give us those ideas. We will find inexpensive ways to spend this spring and summer. You know, everybody comes here, so we don't have to spend any money to get them here, because they'll be here. And we'll ask whoever's left down there to maybe do a special night to give a discount on an ice cream cone if they come down and share some of their thoughts. But I think we can come up with something fantastic, and I hope you all and everybody listening tonight takes advantage of that opportunity so that we come back to City Council with some ideas of something that you feel has been kind of pre-vetted by the community, not by staff, not by developers, not by commercial interests, not by somebody who's looking to make a buck, but what your community really wants to see down there. And I think we can probably get something wonderful. And I had a discussion with the mayor today. Whatever we come up with may take some really intense effort on our part to make it work, because if it's something that's quite costly and we want a public-private partnership, the last model that we got into in 1984 caused us to have to spend $1 million to buy those improvements in 2004. That wasn't the best outcome. So I think whatever we do, we'll want to come up with another way to bake that cake, and it could include a measure on a ballot. Because the people can vote and change the rules that we have in the charter, but I think you'd have to have an idea that everybody was embracing in order to even consider putting something on the ballot. So the best way to get an idea that everybody's going to support is to ask them for, you know, to come up with the idea for us. So that's what this was meant to mean. I'm sorry to be so wordy about it, but that's what we were thinking. I would think we would have some on-site pop-up tents this summer with staff down there taking people's ideas, drawing on some big pieces of paper, giving us their feedback, you know, throughout the early summer at least, and then we'd coordinate that and present it to City Council.
All right, yes, I think that when we talk about community engagement, we're not just talking about the obvious partners, the obvious people that we typically deal with, but the community at large. Because I know that there's plenty of opinion out there as to what would be right and what would not. Mm-hmm. And we want to gather that up and get community buy-in. And the charter piece that you keep mentioning, just so everybody understands, is that the city can't enter into a lease longer than 10 years per our charter. And so and the city owns the land. Chinook Pier was developed under a land lease where a private party built buildings on city land, and the city retained ownership of that land. And then eventually the city found itself in a position that it had to buy the buildings because we couldn't agree on a renewal of the land lease. So that's kind of one of the problems we have here with doing any kind of new construction on city land. To sell the city land as waterfront property, that would take a vote of the people as well. I doubt if there's a lot of appetite for among the public to sell waterfront property. So all those things will go into it. I assume that you'll be developing some sort of a steering committee or something. I'm not sure how you're going to do that, but as you figure that out, you'll let us and the community know.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other questions, comments?
Yeah, just some comments. I'm glad that this is right on the agenda with you know, us considering the demolition tonight and ultimately voting on it, that to show our community that, look, we want to start the next steps now. We want to start hearing your input now. We don't want to start coming up with some things and then present it. We actually, day one, want to go out and find out what the community wants. We really have a unique opportunity here to evaluate what's traditionally been there, what's worked, what hasn't worked, and what the community really wants to see going forward. Obviously, I talked about it earlier, it's going to be a big change, no doubt, but I hope we can all approach this with an open mind and be open to the various ideas that come up. I think it's critical that we you know, certainly want to use those traditional methods for public engagement, but let's get creative too. Pat, you talked about some folks actually just being there in the old Chinook Pier spot, actually talking with folks as they walk by and gathering feedback that way, I think is fantastic. I'd really like to see some of our younger generations engage on this, some of our high schoolers or middle schoolers, because, you know, we're going to be deciding probably the future of that area for generations to come. So it's that big of a decision. To where I think we really need to figure out all ways to engage all different age groups, social media. In the short term, I think the pop-ups are definitely worth exploring. I think you know, there's the ability to recoup some of that cost later on by reselling of them or reuse of them in other parts of the community that we think that they could be useful in. I know there's been some, you know, numbers thrown out there about cost of those in the past. I think the model has shown to be successful in other communities, and I question some of those numbers a little bit. You know, it's no secret I work for the city of Muskegon, so I'll advocate a little bit for the pop-up shops model. I think the Strong Towns of America really focused in on that model that Muskegon came up with, and they actually, you know, granted they had some folks on staff that kind of helped with the building of that and kind of help with some of those costs, but there's other places to go to get them and still have them be unique. We don't want just some cookie cutter look down there. I think Muskegon's done a good job with that. Then along with that, Muskegon actually put like a whole beach area behind these where there's volleyball, there's a fire pit, there's a ping pong ball, there's sand toys, there's foaling, so there's all kinds of beach type things that they put right in their middle of their downtown behind these chalets to be kind of a destination that I think we could tie into our waterfront area and kind of make it a destination and then, like you said, support Building C as well, since you know, that'll be remaining as well. And we have some of the infrastructure already. We already have electrical down there. Those are some of the challenges that they faced. But similar to us, they want that parcel to be developed at some point. We want, you know, investment in this piece of land at some point that we own. I'd be open to, I don't know what the temperature is on this, as we look at this long-term plan, you know, do we include maybe allowing, you know, does the mini golf need to stay or not? Is that really the best use of that land that close to the waterfront? I think that maybe is something that should be included in looking at long-range plans, or, you know, how do we tie in the farmers market to whatever's built there as well, or what kind of enhancements can be made to that? But I really look forward to seeing what the community has to say, what kind of ideas they have, and starting that discussion right away. So.
Okay. Any other comments? Ready to vote?
That pretty much sums it up, other than you left out the discounted ice cream cones.
Oh, how could I forget?
Do we need to amend the motion?
Yeah, right.
No. I think we're ready to vote.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. Next item.
Next item is under unfinished business, and this is to approve an introductory resolution amending sections 40-201.07, 40-201.16, 40-201.19, 40-402.01, 40-411.02B, 40-413.02B, 40-413.03, 40-414.02B, 40-415.02B, 40-416.02B, 40-417.02B, 40-418.02B, 40-419.02B, 40-420.02B, and add section 40-543A of the Grand Haven zoning ordinance to regulate medical marijuana facilities. The Planning Commission recommends approval.
Okay.
I'll make, so moved on that.
Have a motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Cummins, second by Dora. This item was postponed from our January 20th meeting. Then we held a pair of public hearings on January 20th. We held a lengthy work session last Monday to talk about the details of this. And this came to us in a somewhat different form from the Planning Commission. So what the Planning Commission recommended, what we are currently contemplating are somewhat different. What we brought back from postponement was the original Planning Commission version, because that's how it was basically tabled. So we would have to amend this to take in the new language. Am I reading the parliamentary procedure correctly there?
I believe you are, and we could show you, the big change from what the Planning Commission recommended and what you're looking at tonight are the buffers that were discussed a few times. Jennifer Holland was able to prepare this map for you, and she's here tonight if you had questions or wanted her to approach the bench and give you a little explanation of what she's put together.
Please do.
Good evening, Jennifer Howland, Community Development Manager. So we had a work session last week and you gave us good feedback on the direction you wanted to take the zoning ordinance amendment. So this map represents the buffers that were discussed, and I'll use the term consensus. I know it wasn't unanimous, but the plan was a 500-foot buffer from state licensed child care facilities, state licensed substance use disorder programs, worship facilities, parks, and then the 1,000-foot drug-free school zone, which the Planning Commission recommended with the original zoning ordinance, is still on the map. So I color-coded all of them so you could see where they are generally. It's a pretty busy map, but you'll see the provisioning centers are the areas with the green symbol, and then the other 4 land uses are represented by yellow, and you can see the overlap in some of the areas that allow all 5 land uses. So this is what the map looks like. I have a PDF for you. I've got a map also that just shows all of the buffers in red to merge them together. And then you can zoom into different areas and see what particular properties are eligible. After the work session, we went through the zoning ordinance, made those updates. One of the items that I found that I think you should speak a little bit about would be in the special use regulations, it talks about site and building placement standards and building form standards of the applicable district shall be met. I feel that's pretty strict. If your intent is to only allow medical marijuana facilities in buildings and locations that meet our zoning ordinance for setbacks, building height, transparency, building materials, it goes on and on. That's going to limit the amount of properties that would be eligible. It would be pretty easy for a redevelopment site, but in our city where most things are built out and we're looking to adaptively reuse some of our really interesting buildings and be efficient with our resources, that could hinder a development. So the Planning Commission didn't speak about that at their meetings, and I'm sorry I didn't call attention to it at that time. I overlooked it, but I think it's important to just talk through that and make sure the intent is clear. Happy to talk about any other topic as well.
Then well, I guess before we go any farther, what's before us right now is the motion as we postponed it. Is there a motion to amend that and replace it with this new version?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend, motion by Cummins, second by Dora, to amend the text that was presented to us previously with this revised version, which comes to us from Jennifer following a work session and as reviewed by Mr. Bulge. Are there any questions on the motion to amend? If not, then we'll vote on the motion to amend.
Cummins?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Manetza?
Yes. All right, now we're talking about the same thing. So questions for Jennifer or for Ron Bulge?
Odor control. I think I asked you that earlier. You sent out a couple of different things for us to look at. So what do we have right now for odor control?
So there are performance standards in the zoning ordinance that apply to all properties in the city for noise, odor, smoke, things like that. So odor control is based on a ratio of smelly air to clean air. And there are measurement tools to determine whether something is out of compliance. So that's something that we can get access to readily. If you're interested in requiring facilities to have certain mechanical
Filtration.
makeup air, thank you, Kelly. Trying to think of the terms that they might use, but if you're requiring something elevated beyond what the mechanical code would require, the building code, then it's something that you should consider putting in either the zoning ordinance or the regulatory ordinance. I would look to Ron to determine which of those would be most appropriate.
Yeah, because we had some citizens very concerned at the last meeting we had. They were talking about the odor and that. It wasn't just a provisioning sense, it was actually the caregivers, what they have, but there is a strong odor. And I don't want that to affect other businesses that are close or homes or anything like that. I want to make sure that it's contained. You know, we don't need to push it on to somebody else. You know, they have to live with it. I want to make sure that it's contained on their property.
So one thing I'll make a comment about with the zoning ordinance is if you put those kinds of very specific requirements in the zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission may not be the best body to determine whether it conforms to a certain standard. It's pretty technical, related to mechanical and building code, sometimes the electrical code, but perhaps in the regulatory code we'd be reviewing that. Regardless, our inspectors are going to be going through the all of the information that's submitted with the applications to make sure that it complies with whatever standard is required.
Because we took a tour of the one in Muskegon, and they have that all self-contained. If I remember correctly, they were talking about how expensive it was them to get that system in there to make sure that it wouldn't permeate into the air. And I know it can be done, it's been done, and I just want to make sure that we end up in that same place. I just think that's what we should have.
There are 3 communities that were referenced in some research that was done. Mike Dora had provided some of those references, so there are other communities that we could take language from.
Ron, I gather that this would be more appropriately addressed in the regulatory piece. What would you think?
I agree with that. That eliminates any grandfather issues that could come up a couple years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a regulatory thing than land use. The land use is not really the issue, it's the impact. So I would agree. I think it fits best with the regulatory ordinance.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as well. And my concern when this has come up before has been that we have a rational and objective way of measuring odor, and where it just says 0 odor at the property line or not detectable. There's lots of ways to detect things, and it may not be what you had in mind.
Well, I agree. I think that there was an early draft I maybe looked at that just said can't be detectable beyond the property limits, and I had concerns about that because if that's a pretty strict standard, if we do that for just this one land use, is that going to be an equal protection problem? So I think that Jennifer's exactly right. If we're going to do it, well, Mr. Mayor, you're right, it should be in the regulatory ordinance. I think Jennifer's right that we should have some pretty objective standards other than just won't be obnoxious or won't be detectable beyond the property limits, et cetera.
Well, we can detect parts per trillion of chemicals, so I'm not sure that's what we had in mind. So, but that piece, what we're dealing with tonight is the zoning ordinance amendment, the land use piece. And we'll be 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be looking at the regulatory piece. So if we set that aside, Mike, to your concerns, we're not talking about it with this particular piece.
I know, I just want to voice my opinion on it.
Absolutely.
Just make sure you guys understand where I'm standing at on it.
Have not forgotten.
Okay.
Anything else?
We had our work session, and I think everything we hammered out pretty much. And I think we came up with a conclusion of what we have here now, so I'm willing to move forward on it.
This, I know we did have some discussion at the work session about, how do we, what kind of protections can we put into place for some of these businesses that go in, and then later somebody that has a buffer in place then goes in, and then that limits that particular business from being able to expand or continue on. So was there a discussion about that, or what kind of language can we add to protect that from occurring? I don't want somebody to go and buy something and invest in something, and then later on we decide to build a park somewhere, and these buffers are still in place, and then that business is then at a point where, yeah, they were there so they can continue on with their use, but then they can't expand or have to worry because, something went in after the fact that happened to have a buffer.
Well, that's actually, Jennifer and I communicated with that last week, I think, a little bit. Someone could potentially make the argument that, well, I'm grandfathered, I'm a non-conforming grandfathered use under Michigan law, that makes me conforming. Your zoning ordinance recognizes non-conforming uses, so therefore I'm in compliance. You could make that argument with a straight face. I don't think that's the best interpretation. I think the purpose of this language is, if it stays the way it is, to say that if it's that this use is only allowed on an actually conforming site and in an actually conforming building. I think that's the best interpretation of the language, and that is a little harsh. We could relax that by saying that it can be, that it would be allowed in a non-conforming, prior non-conforming, previously legal building or lot. Then a legal but currently non-conforming lot or building could be eligible for the use.
I don't think that's his question.
Yeah, I think
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's not his question.
I was distracting him with talk about Section 9.
I was listening with my right ear, not my left ear.
I'm
Sorry.
That's my fault. If there's a buffer zone that becomes a reality after this ordinance is adopted, and my conforming legal use falls into that buffer zone, like a new school gets cited or a new park. Now it's a non-conforming use and cannot be expanded in any way. Or can we put some language in that could modify that?
Sure, we can, but I think given the wording right now, that would be exactly the issue. If the buffer would no longer be complying, then no expansion would be allowed. So we could put in something that says at initiation, these buffers are required, and that whether we, if any new land use comes in, that's not the marijuana land use at that point that's at issue. And if we allow that, or go out and affirmatively do it, we are then creating the nonconformity, or we're approving the nonconformity. So we can relax it however you like. We could leave it as it is and see if it becomes an issue. and then deal with it before we approve something, or we can say that these buffers apply at initiation, or that they don't apply to city activities that would prevent compliance.
There's just some, and I think, did I get it, you're right, the concept you were talking about correctly?
Yep.
If we had language that said when a use is permitted and is a legal conforming use under this ordinance, and a new buffer is established in the future, that legal non-conforming use may be expanded or improved upon.
Or just does not create a nonconformity.
Right.
Doesn't create a nonconformity, because I think in the strip mall issue, if it were in a strip mall and then a church came and rented that space.
Knowing that
could
it
be
was
a
already there, and knowing that a provisioning center or whatever facility it is there, I mean, if somebody makes that choice to come in after the fact, that shouldn't be on the one who's there first, who was operating legally, it has some limitations put on them.
Maybe an example of that, frankly, is, you know, when highways have gone through and created non-conforming lots, front yards, even a front yard on the highways made non-conforming when the right-of-way is expanded. And we sometimes put in zoning ordinances that they will be considered legal lots. They will not be considered non-conforming by virtue of us taking action to expand the right-of-way. So we could put some language like that in.
Yeah, I think we do want to say that any newly created or expanded buffers after a medical marijuana use is established would not create a nonconformity, or language to that effect.
But newly created uses that would
create new
reduce,
buffers.
well, we're reducing buffers,
Well, if you,
reducing buffer distances.
yeah, basically your buffers would get larger. If a new use came in, you'd have a new buffer.
Are you suggesting like a new childcare facility sites itself in the city, you add another blob on the map?
Yeah, and somebody had established a facility, and suddenly it's in a buffer. And
So I would want you also to think about restricting the ability to expand, because if a medical marijuana facility is cited, it's all legal and it's operating and it wants to expand, perhaps you would want to restrict it from taking on another adjacent parcel and merging it with itself to continue to expand. If you're allowing expansion in the future, regardless of impact to buffers, there has to be a point in time, I guess.
Well, I understand
where we
that.
can be okay.
If that buffer is already there and they build it conforming, then later want to expand and that initial buffer's still in place, well then, yeah, that obviously would go against that buffer was there, then they came in after the fact. This is, provisioning center's there first, somebody comes in after the fact, they're the ones, knowing that they'd be within whatever distance it is.
And it would have to be specific to that newly added childcare facility or whatever it may be. That's something we would have to track very carefully. Any of these buffers that you're proposing will need to track any future uses in the city and make sure that they are or aren't affecting any medical marijuana facility.
Well, there are a couple of areas to look at there. So we have an existing marijuana use in place, then we get the child care facility comes in, which is within the required buffer zone. So we don't have, they would be considered non-conforming unless we put some relief in. We could put language in saying they won't be considered non-conforming. But then the question is, so they can expand on their existing lot. Do we also want them, if before this newly created child care facility came in, they would have had the ability to expand their area as well? It would have taken another special land use, because you need a special land use to do this, and you can't expand the area of a special land use without going through that process. Would we want to allow them that potential flexibility as well, actually increasing their land area?
that would be by acquiring another parcel?
Yes.
Okay, whereas within the parcel that they already had approved, they could do, they're non-conform, or they are conforming, so they could do what they want.
Yeah, I think we were heading toward a consensus that within their existing parcel, they could expand to the extent allowed. But then the next question I want to make sure we touch bottom on as well is, if they could have expanded to the adjacent parcel before the child care facility came in, child care facilities there now, do they lose that right to expand the area?
Well, that would have required another special land use review and approval.
Yes, it would, but they had that ability to ask for it before. They won't have that ability to ask for it now unless we give them some relief, and I'm fine not doing that. I just want to make sure we make a positive decision on it.
Seems that that there's a good point that if somebody decides to locate their other use, park, would probably be the city, or a playground, a church, or a child care facility, or a substance abuse facility, they do so knowing this exists within that zone. So I think we would just word it in such a way that these buffers shall not impact currently existing facilities, or something like future buffers, I think Ron can help us artfully draft that language between introduction and final adoption. I think it'd be very simple. It could probably be one sentence, very clear, that future buffers, future uses.
Land uses.
Yeah, future land uses that create these buffers shall not, impact existing, conforming uses.
Yeah,
what you mean.
medical marijuana facility.
That's why he drafts it artfully.
That's why he's here.
Well, I think that's where we were headed, so if you got that and can make it into words,
okay,
that can be in here.
And I guess we'll see if that's the will of the majority of council.
Yeah,
And if it
probably
is,
important
is it okay that goes in between introduction and final reading? Or do we have to come back with a new introductory language?
No, that's the purpose of the
that's why we're
first
doing it.
reading, that we
That's why
can
they're
do
two
some
readings.
tweaks to it, so we're fine.
Yeah, just
Yep.
making sure.
Okay, what happens if a school expands or if a charter school moves in? What happens with that? With state law says it has to be 1,000 feet.
Well, we can't change state law.
I know that. I'm just asking, what does state law say about that?
I think that, I don't think we're going to be able to put in a safety valve that would allow a violation of state law. I think that we'll have to.
If a charter school would move in, that would.
So let's ask that a slightly different way. If you had an existing facility and someone in a school were opened within 1,000 feet of it, would the state force that facility to shut down?
No, I don't believe that, because I think the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act says that land uses are grandfathered, so they would still be protected as a prior non-conforming use. That's based on current law, and obviously we're dealing with the implementation of a new law here, but I'm saying that it would still be protected. I don't think that would give the right to expand any longer. I don't think they're going to get permission to expand once there is a school within 1,000 feet.
All right, well, we can only deal with our local laws here.
Right. Our buffers, we can make our choices.
Well, if we have to go to district court, I think we're in good shape in Ottawa County.
Circuit
All right, well, it's already done. Way ahead of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a circuit court issue. Then item 9, the site and building placement standards, you kind of started on that before we told you that wasn't the question.
Sorry about that.
So
I think I gave a really good answer to that.
I think
though,
you
didn't
did. Did anybody write it down?
Well, actually, I think we got there, didn't we?
I believe so.
We ended up talking about, the issues were related enough that I think we got there.
It really was an omnibus answer.
Yeah.
Those non-conforming uses can be recognized. If it's a previous non-conforming allowed use, then that previous non-conforming legal use can also be used. We can put some language in there to make that the case.
Yep.
So that Jennifer's concern is addressed by inserting that language between now and the final reading.
But the real gist of it was that if somebody had an existing building on an existing lot and it didn't meet site and building placement standards, they could use it, and this language wouldn't force them to tear it down and build something different.
Correct. That was my concern.
Okay.
And that's a legitimate or an allowable amendment to make as well?
Okay.
Consensus, I'm assuming.
Ask another question? Jordy, maybe next.
Please.
Ron, under the recreational law that's now in place, correct me if I'm wrong, homeowner, property owner can grow 12 marijuana plants in their home or outside of their home on their property. That's accurate?
Yes.
Regardless of whether or not they're across the street from a church, a playground, a park, they can personally do that under the recreational law. And I believe there was an attempt by the state legislature to at least change that didn't go through at the time that the recreational law was passed. So do we have any ability to even restrict that?
No.
Or is that just, so we have no ability to restrict that. So I just want to make one last point here on these buffers. So you can grow marijuana across the street from the church, 12 plants, every house. You can grow your marijuana, collect it all up, and then go and gift it to anybody that you want, right across the street from the churches, the parks, the substance abuse facilities, all these places that we're trying to buffer. When in reality, I think these provisioning centers and this model helps take the marijuana out of the neighborhoods and away from there. But yet, we're kind of creating this illusion that the marijuana is not around, or that it can't be around these places, or that we can stop it from being around these places. And then as we relate to a medical use, I think we're really reinforcing that stigma on a product that a person has a medical opinion from it, has to be a currently licensed medical doctor that they could benefit from it. So that's just my last case to make on the buffer piece. I know there's a lot of strong interest in having the buffers. I think it's an illusion at this point, but I am glad at least that we discussed at the work session, that there was openness to taking a look at these buffers later down the road, to see if they're really necessary anymore at a later date, and I hope this body, sticks to that. But I just want to make that point, that it can be there as it is. We can't even stop it. It's right across the street. So I just want to make that last point. So that's all I have on the buffer piece. I have a few more comments, but I'll wait and see what other comments there are as well. So.
Yeah, other thoughts?
Okay, I'll be voting no on this. I heard from the sheriff, and he's absolutely against putting marijuana in our county, these facilities, and so is our police chief. Saugatuck has opted out of putting it in their city. So I'm going to vote no for this. I'm not. I don't want. I really don't want marijuana in our town, and so I'll be voting no on this.
Understood.
I had some conversation with Jennifer this past week regarding the buffers in areas where they would cover a portion of a larger parcel. For example, like by Taylor, where we have Panera Bread, the old Panera building. I think all of that is one parcel. But if you look at the buffer, it actually covers just a corner of that parcel. So because it covers a corner of the parcel, everybody who is in the whole rest of that, even though they're outside of that distance, now becomes unavailable. Even though it may be a good place to have it, setting in a place where there's plenty of parking, plenty of buildings that are there. I don't know if that's something that we can change and add that states on a larger single parcel that has multiple buildings. If the buffer is just encroaching on one building, the rest can become available. Just trying to, because we do have some areas where that is going to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
One of the options for a shopping center is for them to condo the particular tenant space and create their own parcel line, and that will avoid the buffer that's in that particular property in the northwest corner.
Right. So there is a way around it.
Well, that would take an action on the part of the property owner to
Yeah.
do that. Whereas in our ordinance, if we wanted to recognize that larger parcels which are only just incidentally impacted by a buffer, and the rest of the entire parcel is now ineligible, even though maybe a corner, maybe 10%, 15%, or something like that was within a buffer, what about the rest of that land?
Right.
And I asked the same question of you, and you said, well, that could be done, but that wasn't the consensus we reached at our work session, which was
Absolutely.
basically parcel to parcel.
Right, parcel line to parcel line, but if you create a new parcel line, then you measure it from that new parcel line. So the condo idea of splitting them up, there are site condos, like the new Fit Body Boot Camp complex, those are all on different parcels, so you'd be measuring to those parcels. You don't have to take the whole site outside of it. So there's a way to work around that.
Yeah, I took a look at your map and looking around, it looked like there might be 7, 8, 9 parcels which would be affected in this manner, that where there's a little bit of the parcel affected and the rest of it really has nothing to do with buffers. It just happens to have one toe in the buffer. So, I mean, we wanted to write that exception in. That would be the time to try to put that in. If we want to tell people, go split your property up and get around it that way, that would be the other choice.
Could I just ask to clarify, is the language right now lot line to lot line?
That's how we've rewritten it, yes.
Right.
That's what it says in this version.
So if we would say lot line or condominium line, we specifically would, at least would protect that, because a lot is a defined term in the zoning ordinance, and would it
I
include
feel like it says
a
parcel
condominium
line,
unit?
but,
Yeah, I think it does say parcel.
yeah.
Okay.
And I think that when we discussed it at our work session, we felt, well, that's the typical way of dealing with things in zoning, because then you don't worry about where a building is on its site, or if it expands on its site. If you go building to building, or a lot of one lot line to a building on another lot, it's a little harder to apply that. So I think typically we go parcel to parcel, but having looked at the map and seen that there, you do catch some properties with just a little bit of encroachment in the buffer.
So is there any merit to, if you've got a very small piece, to look at the building envelope of that particular parcel, knowing perhaps if it's just in the little corner, there may be some landscaping that's going to go over there, or a parking space, but not necessarily the facility itself? It's another thing to consider.
That could be considered.
You can't map it. You know, it would be site by
Well,
site. When they
but you-
apply, they could map it, but.
Right, but you've mapped the buffer now, you've got a circle drawn. And the arc passes through a portion of a parcel. And so if you look at a parcel such as adjacent to, well, not Panera Bread, because that's about half that parcel, but the rest of that site, there's just a little bit of it that's within a buffer, and the rest of it isn't. So if we said that we just keep the facility, in a case like that, we keep the facility out of that distance buffer.
And I'm not suggesting the building footprint like we were discussing at the work session. I'm suggesting a larger area where you're taking in the required setbacks, front, side, and rear. That creates the building envelope, the possible location for the furthest extent of this building. It's just another way to do it. Maybe it's complicating things, but it's one option. I don't want to put the planning commission in a situation where they're determining whether this portion of the buffer is really significant or not. You set it at 500 feet or whatever the amount is. It could have been 300 feet, so we may be getting a little too refined on that.
I think so also. I think you are getting a little bit too refined.
I guess if there's a vehicle in place for the property owner that they can change that, then that's, I mean, as long as there's some way that they can rule out the rest of it and make it so it's, usable again, I'm fine with that. I didn't want the whole parcel to become unusable because a section of it was inside of a buffer zone, that when we review this again, like we said we were going to on buffers, that might not be there or be reduced. I mean, I don't know. So if that vehicle exists, I'm fine with that.
I think
They have an option.
I think as long as you create a legal parcel, you can do a lot split, or the condo process.
Yes, that's my understanding. If we need to amend the language a little bit to make it very clear that condos are fine.
Does that require an amendment, or is that not clear?
Well, there'd be a couple of different ways. Number one, we could do the plat option would be one, which would be an actual lot, newly created lot or parcel, and a condominium unit, which is not actually creating a new parcel or lot, but a unit within the parcel.
All right.
So I think we'll take a look at that to make sure that we cover both of those eventualities, because in terms of the appearance and what it means to us, whether it's a condominium development with site condos or whether it's a plat with lots, that's just a form of ownership. That doesn't really impact us.
All right, so it sounds like we can deal with that without changing basically the way our work session turned out, the consensus we reached on parcel to parcel. We can still deal with these larger lots that may want to put a facility on when there's a minor encroachment. So that will be in our second reading. I'm looking for somebody to nod their head.
Yes, we will
Yes.
work on that
Okay,
language.
yes, good. Anything else?
I've also stated, in just about every one of these meetings in the planning commission and here, that I remain open to anything that anybody wants to present to me regarding this in either direction, and I still do. With that being said in mind, I've reached out to Sheriff Kempler, as Denny has. I'm in the process of trying to get with him and see what he has to offer. I've also received emails from business owners along Beechtree Street who have some concerns and wish to, speak on those. And I would like to have an opportunity to, research all of those options before going too far ahead with this. At least giving folks an opportunity to, continue to share their input. I know at some point that has to stop, and we have to say, okay, we're going to move on with this one way or the other. But I think if they're reaching out and want to provide information to us, they should be given that opportunity. Again, it's personally, that's how I feel about it.
And there will be a second reading of this, and the whole regulatory piece will be taken up in 2 weeks.
So I have an opportunity for that to change yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Last piece I'll say on this, it's been 11 years since voters in this city specifically, I say strongly supported the use of medical marijuana, or at least approving it. Every precinct with in-person voters, and at the time absentee voters had a separate, was separated out in the voting data, had a majority supporting medical marijuana. Was and as a whole was 64% in favor and 36% not in favor. It's pretty significant, and in fact, a majority of Ottawa County voters actually voted in favor of medical marijuana. Very slim margin, but majority did vote in favor of allowing medical marijuana in this state. I thank prior council for their willingness to send it to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission's work on this. There's been a lot of hours, been a lot of staff time on this. So I will be voting yes. We're talking about medical marijuana here. I'll be voting yes so that those who are approved for medical marijuana use by licensed medical doctors may be able to get that product safely in their own community, in the same way that they can get pharmaceuticals or other products. I think that's very important. So that's all I have.
Well, I'm going to vote yes for it in the form that we have right now, but I don't know about the second version coming up. I'm not quite sure if I'm understanding it the way I like to hear it from what we discussed at our previous work session we had, and I'm not so sure I'm real comfortable with that, because we went from, the lot line to lot line.
Which we haven't changed.
Not in this version yet. And then we're going to add caveats and whatever else you want to do. I'm not so sure on that myself.
Okay.
But I'm gonna vote yes for this, because I'm the one that actually initiated it with Mr. Bruger at the time, Councilman Bruger at the time. And I think there's a need for it. But I still like to see I like this form that we have.
We'll get another shot at it.
Absolutely.
As far as the legalization of the marijuana and getting a prescription for it. According to our chief of police, he said anybody with $100 can do that. So that don't mean too much, I guess. That was his comment, not mine.
All right, well,
Well, I think that speaks to a greater issue. If there's licensed medical doctors who aren't following the laws that are in place or the rules that are in place of what they're approving it on, but if, that's maybe more of a licensing issue with the medical doctors or actual medical doctors that have to do the approval. But
well, just so we're clear about what's being contemplated here. We're not contemplating the legalization of marijuana or medical marijuana.
Right.
Those things have been done. Those things were done by the vote of the people. Medical marijuana was approved by a 2-to-1 margin, both in the state and in the city, in 2008. That was done as, I believe, the voters felt compassion, that they wanted people to have this access if this is what they needed. And so that passed clearly, and the city has only just now acted on, is now in the process of acting on it. But our ability to prevent that is zero. But what we do have an opportunity to do is to have licensed facilities with quality control, with set of rules, with safeguards. And so that's what we have an opportunity to do here. We don't have an opportunity to prevent the caregiver system or to prevent people from now owning it in their homes for whatever purpose they prefer. Those things were voted by the people. In the 2018 election, it was 56 to 44% margin in the city of Grand Haven, passed in every precinct for the recreational piece. We're not talking about that piece here, but we also are not contemplating whether we're making it legal or illegal because that train's left the station. What we're talking about here is licensing of regulated facilities that can exist in our town to give people access to something that's been prescribed to them by a doctor. If it's your belief that medical marijuana is a sham and a front for illicit activity, well, I'm sorry, that's not what's before us, and that's not what people have voted, and that's not what I believe. But is it capable of being abused? Well, I'm sure it is. Many things are. People can also find ways to get liquor and cigarettes and vaping products and fireworks and all kinds of things they shouldn't have. But I think what I see here is an opportunity for us to enable the will of the voters and make things safe and regulated to the best extent we can, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here. The rest of it is stuff that really is not in our hands. So that's where I'm at with this. I think that we have come to a consensus here, which we all have our level of misgivings about, but which is probably something that can work. And if it has to evolve over time, that is a matter for the future, but right now we're trying to do something here and now. So, having said that, this is our first reading of this version of this ordinance. If there's no further comments, I would call for a vote. Anybody else? Okay. Would you please call the roll?
Scott?
No.
Fritz?
Yes.
Dora?
Yes.
Cummins?
yes.
Manetza?
Yes. All right. Now I've buried my agenda. Okay, next would be
Report by City Council.
report by City Council. Who would like to go first?
Let's see, last Saturday, I was at the Eagles for the fundraiser, which I thought was fantastic for the lighthouses. They did a really good job. They had like 60 different things up there for auction, and they had a great live auction. And I want to say thank you to Mr. McGinnis, because he kept raising his hand to get the dollar value up on a lot of things, even though he wasn't interested in it, but it worked out fine. You're the silent guy in the audience that was working very good.
Almost got burned.
Yeah, almost got caught, but lucky that guy came through and he took the fishing trip for you. But it was good. It was a really good turnout. House was packed. As you listen to Mr. Carpin tonight, they did a heck of a fundraiser. I mean, as soon as I walked in the door and I looked on the thing and it said $50,000 already, they bought the main entranceway and that for $50,000. I'm going, wow. That was even before they even really got rolling. It was already taken.
my family alone, we bought a couple steps now, so we're gonna move on up, so I told them I want step number 7, 7 steps up.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, it was a great turnout. A lot of people there, like I said. There was beer and wine tasting, and I think everybody stuck around. It was supposed to be done at 7. I think I got out of there about 9 o'clock. So it was really good. So besides the warm weather and great time downtown, I go through town every time. I just told Derek earlier about the pedestals, and they're starting to get a little rough looking. Their paint's peeling off them and stuff like that. We're gonna have to get them spruced up before tourist time and that. And the sidewalks down there, they're starting to see the bubble gum and stuff like that. We need, boy, too bad Mr. Yonkers not around anymore to come out and take care of that stuff for us, because it really makes the downtown look a little different. There's some lights out, so I'm gonna be getting with him. I'm gonna see Click Fix. I'm gonna show him all this on there, see how fast he can get with it. So, other than that, it's been great. The weather's been nice. People have been out and around. It's nice to see people. It's good to see the sunshine. Everybody seems to be in a better mood. Yeah, it's really good. That's about all I had to report.
All right, thank you.
Nothing.
Okay, Brad?
Just in regards to the East End Association, the group that's kind of trying to revive itself and get going again. Sounds like they had a really great turnout at Outside Ales last Monday. Fortunately, we were doing our business here related to the medical marijuana, and we had a work session, so we weren't able to attend. But from what I'm told, there was a lot of good buzz and interest around the group. I really hope that we can engage the group and be a support to them in any way possible. I know it didn't quite make the goals list. And that's understandable, but I think that's good that they're advocating for the East Side businesses, and that they're kind of reviving their group and getting themselves organized again. And then the U.S. Census is coming up, and there may have been past reports on this prior to my time on council. So hope that's at the forefront. That we have a strong plan for ensuring that each Grand Haven voter is counted. We have a lot of snowbirds. We have a lot of money that's that we get funding based on our population sizes from a lot of things. And so I really hope that there's a good, strong plan. I know there's a lot of communities developing various strategies to help make sure everyone's counted. I know they're looking at pushing a lot of online participation before going to more traditional methods this year, is my understanding. So. I just hope that's on the radar. That'll be coming up quick, and want to make sure everyone's counted, but that's all I have.
Okay, thanks.
Also, attended Winterfest and completed the director's orientation with Ryan. We met briefly with Amy Bessinger, the financial director, and we're probably going to meet with her again on upcoming budget information, I'm sure. I also attended the airport board meeting, and I'll just kind of read what I've got here because it is about a paragraph. I would like to commend Tom Earl and the board for the actions taken to move the airport in a positive direction. 2019 fuel sales totaled $124,695, covering 28,084 gallons of fuel. Pretty good for our little airport. All current hangars that can hold airplanes are rented, with the exception of 3, which 2 of those just became available last week, and there's people in line to get those. The airport is rated as a B2 airport by the FAA and a Tier 1 airport by the Michigan Aviation System Plan. We're the highest ranked airport in Ottawa County. 114 airports have been acknowledged as being critical to the Michigan aviation system, and Grand Haven is pleased to be one of those 114. In the state, we rank 13th. Muskegon County ranks 15th, so we actually rate higher than they do. So pretty impressive for what we have. They have some upcoming events that they would like me to mention, which includes the Aviation Association Hangar Dance on Saturday, 5-6, and the Dawn Patrol Fly-In Breakfast and Lunch on Saturday, June 6th from 8 to 1. That's all I have.
All right, thanks. I guess the only thing I'd like to comment on is the last Tuesday, I attended the Ottawa County Commission meeting where they discussed the signing a letter of intent to the State Department on the resettlement of refugees in Ottawa County. I spoke briefly along with about 200 other people, except I had to leave early. And I spoke in favor of that. I felt that the letter of intent would preserve services and resettlement policy which has been in place for decades, and it would be really business as usual for us, whereas I think a no vote or no letter of intent would have cut off resettlement services, which are really not a huge impact on the community, but a very enormous impact on those refugees which are trying to be resettled, people who, through no fault of their own, are here as refugees. They have few other choices. So I was very pleased to see that the County Commission voted 11-0 to support that motion and to issue that letter. I think it was the right thing to do. And I'm very pleased for this community and for this county that we have taken that stance. And I guess at that point, I'll turn it over to Pat.
Thank you, Your Honor. The one thing I did want to talk about tonight, possibly briefly, but if you want to get into it, I'm ready and willing, is garbage services, residential garbage services. We have received a quote from our current provider that is higher than what we would like to see, but still in line essentially with comparable services offered in other communities. I did a pretty good survey statewide to look at apples to apples and looked at what we're getting. And what's being proposed is more or less in line with what you would expect to see in terms of a monthly charge. Far less expensive than neighboring communities who have multiple waste haulers. We just have one. So we're paying significantly less per month than what we would expect to see if we had multiple. And Republic's generally done a good job. For the most part, we get good reviews. I know I've had good service at my home, and most people I talk to feel like they get good service. So I don't know. We can go out for bid and see how we do. I don't know that we're going to do any better than where we're currently at or what they're looking at proposing. I very deliberately did not include their actual bid in my report to you, my public report, because if we do decide to go out to bid, we wouldn't want to be out there in the public telling all the competition exactly what they bid. I would like to negotiate a new agreement with Republic. If we go to a system where we bill for it on our utility bills, we can knock 75 cents a month off the cost. I think that would bring us down close to what we're currently paying, and it would really be a convenience for many of the customers. It'd be a convenience for me. I do my city water and sewer bill as an automatic deduction from my bank account, and I could just add refuse to that. We set it up as a city utility. So we pay the Republic bill. The reason we save so much money is that they don't have to go out and chase all the different bill payers. They just bill the city, we pay the bill, we'd have to set it up through our water and sewer system. It'd still be an optional service. If you don't want it, you don't have to take it. But if you want it or you're getting it, you just sign up for it through the city. We bill you on your regular utility bill, and then we pay the bill to Republic Waste. There would be a slight administrative fee to do that. I think we'd have to cover our own costs. But it would cause additional savings to our users. That's just one of the possibilities. Another possibility that I like even more, but I don't think I could convince you, but maybe I can. The state law allows us to levy up to 3 mills for refuse collection. We could levy this as a direct levy on your tax bills, drive costs down even further, and automatically pay it through our tax bills. So my cost as a homeowner of a pretty average priced home in town would be about the same if you put it on my taxes. Everybody in town would get it. It would be universal. So at that point, that's why I don't know that you'd be crazy about it, because everybody gets garbage collection then. I like it as a manager because all the stuff gets picked up all the time. Currently, we often call Republic and say, hey, there's a bunch of junk laying over on such and such street. I'm careful, I don't want to name a street. I don't want anybody to think I'm picking on Waverly. And we call them up and say, can you go pick that up? And they call back and say, well, they're not a customer. Well, now we got to get code enforcement involved. We get our public works involved. We have to provide notice, post it on their door, come back 3 days later, pick it up with a city pickup. Meanwhile, you got a bunch of junk sitting out there for maybe a week in the peak of our season. It can be a bit of a a negative for the city, for our image when you've got refuse. And you probably all notice driving around town from time to time, you'll see piles sitting out at the curb for what seems like too long. Well, that's because they're probably not a Republic customer, they've moved out. And when you've got that universal service, you call the garbage company and it goes. You call them up and say, come down and pick this stuff up, and you keep town very tidy that way. So those are some things to think about. I'm gonna wanna get some direction on this, perhaps at your next meeting, to let me know if you want me to go out for bid, or if you're okay renegotiating a contract with the Republic to go for 5 years. That's my report tonight, Your Honor.
Any feedback from Mr. McGinnis?
One service is great. As my brother was telling me out there in the township, if you ride on their roads, you can tell the difference because they have garbage trucks on the same road every day. And it's the same thing if you look in our town here where our school buses go, that's where our roads get beat up. And if you had garbage trucks on every road on every day at multiple services, we'd be crazy in this town right now. We'd be repairing roads like there's no tomorrow. Those things are heavy, and then when they go to dump, those things shake. They leave big impressions no matter what. But I'm willing to move forward with Republic again, or even open it up. Maybe if you want, try for a bid just to see. We did this once before, and we bid, and it wasn't. Waste Management didn't even come close. If I remember right.
Based on my experience, the last couple times we have gone out for bid, we've put a considerable amount of effort, which is fine. We're good at doing that. But sure enough, after we went out and tried to get the private marketplace to respond, we ended up negotiating with our current hauler. I look at conditions right now, and given what the markets look like, I think that's right where we'd be again. I think we'd spend a long time trying to get competition going and end up coming back to, based on the survey, and I'm happy to share the survey results with you. I'll send that out so you can see the different communities, the different haulers they have, and what they're paying.
We're very fortunate with the service that we have because my brother then just went with an older gentleman. He had to move his stuff out and ended up with a mattress. And they were trying to figure out what they're going to do with the mattress. So on the township, you just can't do that. They don't. You get charged an extra $35. But if you go to ours and you put it out there, they'll pick it up at your house, and it comes with our service. So our service with them, we have a whole bunch of other things that we get that we don't actually really pay for compared to other communities.
Is that where that mattress came from at your house?
I stuck it in your front yard.
Yeah,
I thought maybe they'd pick up because it was garbage day at your house.
I sold it to my brother-in-law.
Oh, no.
So I will. I can see how. I'll see what I can negotiate with the Republic to see if we can get them. Because I wasn't very satisfied with where we were at, where we left it. I said I'll go back to City Council and talk about going out for bid or not. If I think I can get a program that looks advantageous, I'll bring that back with a series of comparable quotes that other communities are paying right now. This is the exact amount they're paying in other communities, so you can see where we compare. And I think we can come in with a better price than any of these other communities by adding it to our water and sewer bills. So you just wouldn't pay directly to Republic anymore, you'd pay the city, and you'd actually save money. I did have somebody propose, why don't we go to the new higher rate first, let people pay that for a couple months, and then we'll save the day by coming in and putting it on our water bills. But I think if we do a good job educating, people will just know that we save them, as much as, $1 a month, which is real money for people. When you're paying $15 a month for the service, getting it for $14 is a pretty good savings by having somebody else bill it. I'd be happy to pay a different vendor, the city versus Republic, if I'm saving $1.
Well, I know that you and I have talked about the survey, and you showed me that we are getting a pretty good deal as we are. I think there may be some concern that if we go out for bids, we'll actually end up paying more, but I'm not sure if that's the case. But I guess, I like going out for bids from time to time. And if you want to negotiate and see what you can come up with, that's not a bad way to start. But I wouldn't be afraid of going out for bids and possibly even looking at the offerings of services, see if there's anything else that somebody wants to offer us that would be a better service or a more comprehensive service, and see what that looks like. As far as the options you got for paying for it, I like the idea of the water and sewer bill, adding it to that. For one thing, it still becomes a cost you pay for a service you received, whereas if If you just simply tax people for it, you wouldn't have a direct relationship to your service anymore. It'd just be basically everybody pay the same rate. And so I never liked that. I never liked that idea. I like having it related to the service you received. And to some degree, it can still be voluntary. A person could decline service, and
Okay.
they just couldn't have trash accumulate on the property or donate it to their neighbor's service, which may occasionally happen. But I'm not afraid of going out for bids and possibly even tweaking the request for quotes so that we can see what other services are better or worse we might do. I know you take a chance when you open it up for bids, but sometimes that's how you know what the marketplace really has to offer. I do like the idea of the single service in town. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, this is not a non-exclusive deal with Republic?
Correct.
So other services could be in town if they chose to, or somebody wanted to hire someone else?
They could.
How do we guarantee, or how do we assure that we have one garbage truck going down the road?
If another vendor wanted to enter the city and provide services, they would need to get a license, just like Republic has. And we would put them through the same process that Republic went through as far as vetting their trucks and their drivers and making sure they're adequate and equipped to do business in the city, and do the same thing Republic's gone through. Then they could go out and start trying to sell their service locally. It's not happened in the past. It's tough to enter a market like that because the cost that we're being paid per residence is based on a certain density. You know, getting just about everybody on the street. Well, when you go over tonight to the east side, most of you, you'll see a lot of garbage cans out, just about every house. So those are all customers. So there's a certain economy of scale. To try to enter that market and do it for a price even near that and not have all those is prohibitive. That's why I think there haven't been anybody else entering it. But if somebody wanted to do it, they could. They would just need to get a license from the city, just like Republic has.
All right.
And which means they'd have to give us their price and, you know, do everything just like Republic has, and we've just not had that experience.
Okay.
I think we have a good thing going. When you look at the numbers I'll send you, you'll see what we're paying compared to others is a pretty attractive rate. And recycling costs are really hurting the market right now as far as providing the service. The markets are very depressed. There's not a lot of demand for materials to be recycled. So thank you. That's all I had tonight, Your Honor.
Okay.
And looking at your proposal here, the first one you had where you thought you could maybe do it for a 1.25 mil levy if everyone was involved?
Yes.
Well, I guess one of the advantages in living in the same home for 42 years and buying it when, you know, it wasn't much, and having a taxable value that hasn't caught up to what it's really worth now. If I figure it by that basically cuts my garbage bill in half.
Oh. So you'll be
You're
subsidized
gonna
by
have to have
people who
Mike's
just
house
bought their houses.
reassessed.
Yeah, so I'll be helping to pay your garbage bill. I'm bringing that mattress over to your house.
I appreciate that, Pat, very much.
Well,
that is how it works. It does, all of our system rewards those who've been in their homes for a long time.
Hey.
Well, that's kind of why I spoke to, you know, it should be related to the actual service you receive, not just where you happen to be in the.
Haven't been in your home long, huh?
I've only been in mine for 40 years. So no, not
And a
nearly as
little
long as
longer.
you. So yeah, I'm a newcomer here.
77, yeah, so.
Okay, I'm 79.
So I would support that.
I thought you might.
All right. So, all done?
That's all I got, Your Honor.
Okay, this will be our second call to the audience. This is our second opportunity. At this time, members of the audience may address council on any item, whether on the agenda or not. Those addressing council come to the podium, speak directly to the mayor, must identify themselves by name and address, will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, will not have a response at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. John Winfrey, I spoke earlier. You've got all my information with Merit Network. Do I need to repeat it again, or you good? Cool.
You have 3 minutes.
So I've been told by somebody I wasn't clearer earlier by telling you about broadband services for the residents and businesses here in the city. It's broadband internet service, so you could do fiber to the home, fiber to the business. Now, I don't know what the direction of the city is. We've had a lot of interest from other cities. As Mike was saying earlier, City of Coldwater is going to do fiber to the home, fiber to the business. They're going to give everybody gigabit service. City Marshall is already doing their project. So the costs have come down pretty substantially to build these things out. So the thing is, you're going to be decommissioning the power plant soon, right?
Yes.
So I got thinking about it. I'm like, well, if you want to try to save some jobs, that might be something interesting to do, is to provide municipal internet service, because this is a thing now. So you got people from Chicago, they want to locate places that have got service, the high-paid people, which probably would make sense to have them live in your community. So in any event, just want to make sure that you knew that was available. The framework document that I talked about before, that basically shows you how to do it. It's a great document. It's been peer-reviewed and all that. And the last thing I want to say is that when Republic tells you you're throwing out a sofa for $34, it's actually $55, because there's a fuel recovery charge and an administrative fee. I know this because we just did it. So there you go. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Right, Grand Haven, get a better deal.
Bring your couch. Anyone else?
Russ Roberts, Dairy Cream. The vote tonight wasn't what I had anticipated from communication that I'd had before. It leaves us very still up in the air, you know. I mean, you know, where are we at? What does it look like for us and stuff like that? My question is, will the city manager's office have the ability to negotiate leases at either place like that? I mean, it's going to be a lot of talking for Renee and I to decide, you know, what might be the best thing to do. It's very expensive to build out in the depot. You know what I mean? It could be costly for us to stay in Building C also. Obviously, Ashley and Pat are going to have to explain to us what remediation there would look like and how that's going to affect us going forward. What would signage look like for us, because we're the only one there anymore, you know what I mean? You know, what is going to be allowed in those directions like that? What are our CAM expenses, because that was based on all the other things. I don't even know if there's any CAM money left even for Chinook Pier, but you know, those types of things or whatever. So I'm just hoping that this has been a drawn-out process already, and it has to be, I understand that, you know what I mean? But I'm hoping that we can be expedient, because if for some reason I do move to the depot, I got to get on that now. We need to you know, put into the health department and get that moving in order to be able to. It'll cost us a bunch of money if we didn't get open until July 4th or something, you know. If we're staying in the other place, then I got to know, you know, what does that look like as far as, you know, my understanding before was we wouldn't necessarily have to be removing equipment and doing things like that, but I don't know what that is now, you know, based on what's going on. So, I mean, you know, if we have a lease, a 5-year lease current, another fear of mine is that hopefully we have a business to sell somewhere at the end. I heard talk about, well, if something else comes up, you know, then we can change that out, you know what I mean, or whatever. And so am I just, I give up one thing and then I'm losing on the other end at some point or whatever, you know. We all want a little security for things like that, you know what I mean? And that's kind of what I'm looking for to you guys, like that, and you know, communication through the city manager's office. You know, like I said, day one when we had the first meeting, this is my retirement money, some of this is, and stuff like that. This is the only way I make a living to speak of and stuff. So just if we can give the city manager's office some leeway on some of those things so that we can move forward in one direction or the other expeditiously, that's important to us, I guess, also too. And then also too, what that looks like, you know, I have a 5-year lease. Am I done after 5 years? I got nothing. Or, you know, I mean, sometimes places have, you know, okay, you got a 5-year lease, but an option for another 2 5-year leases, you know, renegotiated after 5 years or something like that, you know, just to give us some peace of mind or security at that point, I guess. So.
I think we've given the city manager more options tonight.
Yeah. So,
not that he was looking for them, but I think we did.
Sure. Yep.
Well, usually, my name is Nancy O'Neill, and I live at 216 South 2nd Street in Grand Haven. Usually when I speak to you, I have carefully prepared notes. I do not have that tonight. I happened to be walking by City Hall, and I thought I would stop in and find out what was on the agenda. And I found out that garbage was on the agenda, so naturally I had to be here. I teach environmental studies part-time, and my background is in sustainable development, so economics. And I am concerned about this idea. I know you are investigating this, Pat, and so I understand, but I don't think that we should have a millage or base garbage prices, garbage collection prices on a millage. That's based on the value of a home. So in effect, someone with a more valuable home would be paying more for garbage collection than someone like Mr. Dora, who has been here a long time. So I don't think that that is inherently a fair system. Now, the other thing is that I spent a lot of last year investigating trash and recycling, and had a very hard time with Republic with finding answers. One of the problems with Republic is that they do not have representatives in this area. So they will say, you should just look at, when I ask about recycling, they say you should look at your information sheet for your area. And I think that Republic should provide an information sheet or information about where to access that to every customer every year. In addition, in the contract for Republic for the last 5 years, Republic promised to do outreach to the schools. They have not done that, as far as I know. They also promised to provide, to attend things like community events like Earth Day. I would suggest that we have Republic come to an Earth Day event and explain how best to recycle, what is recyclable, and make it easier for people to do the right thing. And finally, I have my husband and I, in our household, we have the bag system, and I would like to be able to continue that. It has been a goal in our house to reduce our trash as much as possible. As you know, trash is just resources in the wrong place. And to quote another truism, there is no away. So we're burying valuable resources. So this year, we have had a goal for many years to reduce our garbage, and this year we had 1 yellow bag for the whole year. So it is possible to live carefully and not have a lot of garbage, and I think that we should encourage that rather than being concerned just about the cost of trash. We are willing to pay the monthly fee or whatever we're charged, but I think that we should think about what is garbage, how can Republic help us be more responsible, because what we do now seriously affects the future, and we won't be here to see the results of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly Larson, Temptations. Thank you for your actions tonight and for your continued work on this process. Something that is very concerning to me, there's a lot of concerning to me, as we talk about temporary locations and terminating leases. There were some protections in some of our leases in terms of exclusivity about what we could sell and who could sell it. By terminating my lease, Mr. Roberts could sell whatever he wants. He's not going to, because we finally get along. Anyway, And by me moving to the depot, I also am not going to sell soft serve ice cream. But our leases now, you could put in anyone you want in a pop-up. So as you explore this path and do some of these things, I would also ask you to do them with a little bit of deliberation and certainly help our neighbors who are displaced, but maybe not necessarily open it up to anyone and everyone. It's a very delicate balance down there in terms of quantities and what we have. So I would ask you to keep that in your thoughts too. We have a lot of issues in front of us and flexibility for all of us. Mr. Roberts has a couple really big hard decisions ahead of him, and so do my friends in the audience. And to be stuck in a 5-year lease when you're in the middle of a demolition process, and there's certainly some bigger obstacles there. So thank you ahead of time for your flexibility and your understanding.
Thank you.
Jamie Wakely, 301 North Harbor, Suite A4, not so ordinary. Thank you very much for the decision tonight to keep C open for the time being. I would like to speak on what Mr. Roberts said in pertaining to his concerns about moving into the depot, or rather not moving into the depot and possibly staying in Building C at Chinook. There are lots of things that are unfortunate about this whole situation, and yes, wanting to move forward and wanting to get things moving quickly is what we all want to do. However, he gets the opportunity to stay where he is, as does Nautical Knots. I'm not sure what their plan is, but they do as well if their lease is not terminated. And my appeal to you is that there is not an option for him to move forward into the depot specifically, because his lease at the depot is not set to start until March 1st, and his lease is still current where he is. And it is a blessing that his building does not have the same problems that A and B has. And I'm thankful that it does not. But for him to have to take all of his stuff out, move it into another space, it would take a lot more time for us to have to wait for that to happen and move into his space. Potentially one of us, one of the three that proposed for the depot. So I'm asking that you seriously consider, yes, he was approved for a proposal into the depot before it was decided whether C was going to be demolished or not. So I'm just asking for your consideration for that specific location, and that one of the other displaced tenants get an option for that spot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi there, Mike Weaver, 637 Lake. Always fun showing up here to see how you guys work. Anyways, a couple quick comments on the depot. I'd encourage you to look at every option with Chinook Pier, and that includes going to outsiders to maybe see if somebody else has some better ideas than what you've come up with so far. Either leave it or bulldoze it. There might be something in between. You've not been the best at that situation with management of that property. You should have seen this coming. The water's been rising every year since 2013. So I shouldn't say you, but the city, let's use the words the city, should have been ahead of this. Okay, let's start there. I think if you can keep C open and you can do it for, I don't care if it's 50,000. Once you start tearing buildings down, you end up like Muskegon, where you don't have much to look at for a very long time. It takes a long time to redo things. So I'd encourage you to do your best job. I would look to the city, put it out there, say, hey, we're looking for ideas. Let's see what we can do. It's important. I hate to see the depot is already had an addition it probably didn't need, and a lot of money spent, and you keep chasing, the dog keeps chasing its tail. You spend money, and this is kind of this emergency. Well, let's be honest with you guys. The more you rush to do something, the bigger the mistakes usually are. So think long and hard on both tearing those buildings down until you've explored every opportunity, and spending more money on the depot for things you really don't want, ultimately. So keep that in mind. The biggest thing I'd like to recommend is that we need to put in a high water task force. This community is surrounded on 3 sides by water. We don't have just one problem with roads in one area. We don't have a problem with just Chinook Pier. We are in trouble if this water goes up another foot. That is a distinct possibility. And we're talking from the beach to the riverfront to Harbor Island. You need a task force. You need some good people. Probably we're talking architects, engineers. I'd look to the citizens. Some of us have been here all our lives. I've lived through it. One of my close relatives, we jacked their house up on Spring Lake 5 feet in the 80s, raised their land up 3 feet. It's doable. We should start thinking about that now. I'm not saying we do it, start thinking that way. Your boardwalk has been awash with every single storm that's rolled through this fall. This is typically the low water point. So I'm not sure what summer's going to bring. I'm guessing we're in trouble. But we really should put a task force together. The city manager, we don't even have an assistant city manager right now. He usually has all he can do just to manage the city the way it is. This is something that requires a lot of effort from all of us. I'm more than happy to throw in. I've talked to other people. You really need to look at that. So I would encourage you to put that top of your list. In regards to the garbage, that might be one of the worst ideas I've ever heard about.
Are you close here, Mike? 'Cause
What's that?
Are you close to done here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't hit 3 minutes.
Yeah, you get 3 minutes.
No, I haven't been there.
Wrap it
Anyways, that might be the worst idea ever because it doesn't take into account people who leave for Florida. It should be on usage. So please bury the whole millage idea. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good.
I'm probably beating a dead horse at this point.
Name and address?
Peter Karachi, 5 South Beechtree Street, Grand Haven. I sent a letter out to all you gentlemen last week, Thursday. I'm winging it now because everything's changed in my plan, so I apologize for this. It's been a tough night for Grand Haven businesses around here, I would have to say. I am in a different position, but in the same position. Uncertainty and everything else that goes along with it. When we started putting these buffers in, I started wondering, what is 500 feet? What's 1,000 feet? Well, I'll tell you what, we step right out this back door. We look directly west, and we see our fountain in our, right in our park. That's 500 feet. We go to Myers. We look from the long end of the parking lot to the other side. Well, that's 1,000 feet. I can see to the end of both of those. You know what I mean? So when we put these buffers in, we already had a plan to where to put these medical marijuana facilities. And when you put these buffers in, you took many people, not just myself, but many people out of the running to be able to sell their property, use their property for whatever they want to do. Stifling all of that just hurts things in the end. Like you said before, we're not debating whether this is right or wrong or whatever. That debate is finished. The change, it's here. It's either you embrace it or you fight it. Embrace it. Use it. Do it right. We got a lot of money to spend. We need all the money we can get. So opening this up and letting these facilities in here will definitely help put a huge dent in all of these problems that we have talked about even tonight. So that's all I got to say, and I just, I know I'm probably out of the running, but I spent a lot of time on this, so I got up here and spoke anyways. rethink those buffers. Imaginary lines, they don't keep anybody safe. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mark Banzik, 810 South Hopkins here in Grand Haven. I too also want to talk about the buffers, and you know, there was discussions last week about it, and places of worship, you know, churches, whatever you want to call them. You know, we're talking 1,000 feet and, you know, 500 feet. You know, what is 500? What is 1,000? So, but I think it should be 1,000 from, you know, similar to schools, which are a drug-free zone. Keep in mind regarding churches, you know, there's many churches in Grand Haven, okay? Father Chuck from St. Patrick's St. Anthony's was here last week. You know, St. Patrick's St. Anthony's has been a church here for over 150 years in Grand Haven, okay? You know, they have outreach programs for food pantry, job seekers, and they also have the Feeding America food truck that comes once a month into their parking lot, okay? So, and there's other churches too that do good things, have food pantries, etc. But we just need to, you know, and they're all a positive reflection on the city. Keep that in mind. You know, if a church or place of worship doesn't want to have a provisionary facility near them, maybe we shouldn't have it, okay? Make it 1,000, okay? You know, I believe if someone needs, you know, the benefits of medical marijuana, they feel it's okay, then I respect that, okay? But we also need to respect and show some respect for the individuals, the families, the organizations, the schools, churches, congregations, places of worship, whatever you want to call them, regarding these provisionary facilities. You know, we don't, you know, they shouldn't be close to buildings, okay? If someone, you know, like say we talk about, if they, you know, they have, you know, we need to respect individuals, families, organizations, all that. You know, and we have to keep, you know, these are people who have made Grand Haven, you know, their home for years, decades, centuries, okay? Keep that in mind. So we need to respect them as well. So keep in mind, there's already, it's always been talking, you know, a solid initiative in Michigan for the use of medical marijuana by seriously ill individuals, okay, who have obtained a doctor's approval. You know, it allows for patients to grow up to 12 marijuana plants. Qualified caregivers can already grow up to 12 marijuana plants for each patient, and a maximum of 5 patients per caregiver, okay? Muskegon already has 2 medical marijuana facilities, okay? Medical marijuana patients can already obtain their product. From the caregivers, they can also go to Muskegon. You know, I don't believe there's any need for medical marijuana in Grand Haven, and we have a great city. Let's keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sandy Huber, and I live at 1523 Pine Ridge Drive. I'm a member of Tri-Cities Kiwanis, and this year we learned we couldn't put up Santa House next to Jumpin' Java. I'm getting too old to stand outside anyway, so I think it was a good decision that we have to come up with an alternative move. That's when Pat approached us and said, would we like to use the depot for Santa House? We called it Santa Depot. We had over 1,300 visitors, and it was a wonderful, glorious experience. So I just want to leave that thought, that lingering thought with City Council, that it is a special place, and the people were very happy to be there. I was happy to be inside in the warmth. Pat even came in one night and said we had to keep the temperature down. We had to turn the heat down a little bit, but so we listened well. But just want to thank.
I got cold for Christmas too.
The mayor came too, and we made it a special place, and that depot is really a nice destination for the city. So thank you for that opportunity for Tri-Cities Kiwanis. Looks like we'll be looking for somewhere else next year. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Anyone else? No one else wishes to speak. We will adjourn this meeting.